All right. I am going to call this meeting to order. Would you please take attendance?
Yes. Member Massey?
Here.
Member Sarita? Here. Member Lopez Hernandez? Member Maggio?
Present.
Member Olson?
Present.
Member Crowitz?
Present.
Member Gilvain?
Present.
Okay. Yes. Could I have a vote on whether we accept the minutes for the last meeting?
I'll make a motion to accept the minutes.
I'll second that. Just, there was just a couple of minor typos in there. You can correct those.
Yeah, I did.
Okay.
I said that.
Thank you.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, we're going to do something a little bit different tonight. We have a councilman here tonight who would like to speak on a case in his district, but unfortunately he has to leave and go to another meeting. So we're going to ask him if he would please speak before the meeting very first so he can get out of here. Is he here?
Yes.
Okay. Councilman Hogan?
Yeah.
Yes.
We're all set.
Yes, you're all set.
So this is regard to,
This is in regard to Linwood.
All right.
Linwood. This is in regard to Linwood. 28 Linwood, so it will be out of order if that's all right with the board.
First, I want to thank the zoning board and thank my constituents for coming out today. We're talking about 28 Linwood and the expansion of this here. I am against 40 beds in this neighborhood, all right? I've been walking the streets of this neighborhood for a long time. If it was a nursing home, I would be against 40 beds in this neighborhood. That's too many people to interject into this little neighborhood. If Linwood Street alone probably has about 40 to something constituents on it as is, never mind putting that many people into one bed. So I'm joined here by Councilor Field, Councilor at Large, Councilor Field, State Rep Sean Reed also came. But I just wanted to speak out, and I'm in opposition to this here, to the beds, so thank you.
okay.
President, can you put your name down? Yeah.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Just tell us who you are. I'm sorry, I'm not very familiar with everybody.
Yeah, thank you. My name is Brian Field. I'm a counselor at large. I serve in the city council. I'm in my 5th term right now. I serve alongside Council Vice President Hogan. I share in his concerns for the neighbors. As a funeral director in my full-time profession during the day, I've been to this facility a number of times, and I know personally that a proposed 40-bed unit for that area is what brought me here today. I chair the opioid subcommittee for the city council, and I understand the important need for these types of programs in the city to help people. And I think, just thinking of having dignity and respect for people in those situations that need the help and need these resources, I just think the amount of beds for that facility and for that neighborhood is grossly out of line. And I share in my colleagues' opposition to this particular matter before you.
Could I ask you a question?
Of course.
Is there a number that would be acceptable?
Yeah, I mean, just looking at the numbers that they were approved for as a facility, as a previous facility, you're looking at something in the 20s. I mean, and that's I've been in the facility. I've been in a number of facilities as far as nursing homes, and I've been in different types of sober home settings, and I see. And the facility like that, the age of it, and just seeing people at that point in their life, they deserve some dignity. And I don't think a number in the 40s or even 30s shares that value of support for the people that need it the most, and the people that would be residing there, and certainly not for the neighborhood.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I'm happy to answer any other questions if anybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Did you have a question you wanted to ask?
I do have a question. Thank you. Could I go up first?
Yes?
Yes, we had an open house where we invited everyone, including Mr. Hogan, who was not in attendance.
Could you please identify yourself?
I think they need to use it.
Hi, my name's Taylor Lenhoff. I just wanted to make everyone know that we did have an open house where everyone with any concerns was invited to see the rehabilitation, to see that we have a lot of room.
You're the owner?
Yes, correct. Thank you.
So that's good to know.
So I just wanted to let you know that we did have an open house. You were definitely invited. I don't know if Fred extended that. We didn't see you there, but I just wanted to put that on record, and I will excuse myself.
Thank you. Did anybody else have any comments that they want to make before they leave for their meeting?
I appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Councilman.
Push on. Yes. We'll go back to High Street 1 second. Right, you want to walk with them, it's gonna take a while. We'll jump to meeting again.
All right. Let's move on to the first case for tonight. The first case we're going to hear tonight is 10 High Street. Is there anybody here to present 10 High Street? Come on up.
Need to read it?
Yes, you will need to read that in. We need to wait for Mary to get back, and can someone close those doors? She just
So that was, it's not a big, it's being, okay.
This is 10 High Street right now. Okay, can you, do you want them to sign in, Terry?
Yeah. Right
On the
then.
next page, yeah. Go ahead and sign in. And then state your name and address when you come to the mic.
Sure. Well, now, this is 10 High Street. He didn't hear it. Announced this.
I did.
No, say it again, Johnson.
Okay, again, everybody, please, can we have quiet in the room? This is 10, excuse me, this is 10 High Street.
Read that for the record.
Would you read 10 High Street for the record, please?
Case number 10146, 10 High Street, Lynn, Massachusetts. Parcel number 08261903020. Broma Corp. Inc. on behalf of Fund 3 Broma and U.S. Boston Opportunity Zone, business entity LLC, ZBA 10145. To appeal pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 40A, Section 8 and Section 14, a decision of the City of Lynn Site Plan Review Committee for approval with conditions of a 7-story, 68-unit apartment building at 10 High Street, Lynn, Massachusetts. In exercising the powers granted by this section, Section 14, a Board of Appeals may, in conformity with the provisions of this chapter 40A, make orders of decision, reverse or affirm in whole or in part, or modify any order of or decision, and to that shall have all the powers of the officer from the appeal is taken and may issue or direct the issuance of permit.
Do you have any letters there for High Street?
I do.
I think there was under 2 letters.
Go ahead, these are,
I have two.
okay, these are all in favor?
These are
Withdrawal.
Withdrawals? Withdrawals, okay, go ahead.
short. From Chris Lehman to Jim Lamana. Good evening. I'm writing to inform the relative parties within the City of Lynn that Groma, Mosaic, and PNT LSN have come to an amicable agreement regarding the development of 10 High Street and the use of the boundary area between 10 High Street and 70 Baldwin Street, Mosaic. Groma and Mosaic therefore declare our intent to withdraw and dismiss our existing appeal of the Lynn Site Plan Review Committee's approval of the 10 High Street project. Please let us know if you have any further information from us at this point. Best, Chris. Chris Lehman, Policy Architect.
Okay.
And then I have another letter here from a John Slattery to Chris Lehman. Mr. Lehman, a signed letter to the ZBA stating that you withdrawing your appeal with prejudice would be appreciated. Please forward the same ZBA prior to tonight's meetings. John P. Slattery.
Okay. Do you concur with that?
I concur, yeah. So I'm Chris Lehman. I sent that first.
You sent that first.
I did, and so I don't have anything to share beyond what's in the email, but I'm happy to answer any questions.
I don't have questions. Does anybody else have any questions?
No.
And I guess just to note, I got John's email while I was in this room, so I haven't had a chance to produce the signed letter, but I will produce a signed letter just in case there's anything else that's covered here.
Okay. Okay. Is there anybody who wants to ask any questions about this?
So just for my edification, I think somewhere in the correspondence I saw, I guess the basis of the appeal was something about a boundary issue between the two properties. Is that what the situation was?
Yes, that's right. So the physical boundary of the proposed development at 10 High Street was on the property line with Mosaic with no setback. And this seemed to present a pretty significant logistical challenge in terms of how maintenance or construction, for that matter, would take place without going onto our property. And so that, there were some preceding concerns which are less relevant, but that was the primary one that this setback agreement was based on, was intended to address. And so we've now come to an agreement that's been signed by ourselves and by the developer in this case, and all seems to be good. So we're ready to withdraw.
Great.
Okay.
Thank you.
Do you have something you'd like to add, sir?
Yes.
Please come forward to the microphone and identify yourself.
I'm John Slattery, City Attorney for the City of Lynn. I would just be comfortable if Mr. Lehman, you would represent to the board that you're withdrawing your appeal with prejudice.
So I'm not ready to say those exact words in this context, but I'll be submitting a letter stating the withdrawal.
Okay, but you have already submitted an email that says that you're withdrawing.
That we intend to withdraw, correct.
So you're not at this point ready to say that you're withdrawing the appeal with prejudice?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
So what is the meaning of that? Why are you asking that?
Because you're going to have to take some action on it tonight. Right, so you can either vote to dismiss it with prejudice based on the representation of an intent to withdraw, or you can vote. I think there's a time frame within which, so I believe since they have submitted a letter saying that there is an intent to withdraw, and they're not prosecuting the appeal tonight, that you should dismiss it with prejudice for want of prosecution.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
What does the board wish to do?
A motion to dismiss with prejudice for want of substitution.
I'll second that.
Member Eagle?
Yes.
Agreed. Member Maggio?
Yes, to withdraw with prejudice.
Member Olson?
Yes, with prejudice.
Member Gilvain?
Yes, to withdraw with prejudice.
And Member Crouch?
Yes. Okay, the second case we're going to hear tonight is 28 Linwood Road.
Okay.
Would you like to read that?
Yes. Case number 10140, 28 Linwood Road, Lynn, Massachusetts, parcel number 055214002, petitioner Forrest Lynn Hall, President Grace House LLC, 38 Haverhill Street, Lawrence, Mass. 01840 by its attorney Stephanie Kiefer, Slomack and Bond LLC, ZBA 10140. To petition pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 40A, Section 6, for a finding to operate a recovery home with up to 40 beds in an existing structure at 28 Linwood Road, built in 1900 and operated as Phillips Nursing Home until approximately February 2025. The applicant seeks to change the pre-existing non-conforming structure from a nursing home to a sober home with 40 beds and requests reasonable accommodation. Mass General Law, Chapter 40, Section 6 states pre-existing non-conforming structures or uses may be extended or altered, provided that such extension or alteration shall be permitted unless there is a finding by the permit granting authority that such change, extension, or alteration shall not be substantially more detrimental than the existing non-conforming use to the neighborhood.
Okay, do we have any, we don't read now?
No, we'll read after.
We read after.
Read after.
Okay, yeah, we'll read after.
But the one I gave you, the very last one I gave you, don't read that one.
Okay.
The posted one.
Would you like to come here and present your case, please? Thank you.
Can you sign this, please? Thank you.
Good evening, members of the board. Again, to reintroduce myself to you, Stephanie Kiefer of Smolik and Vaughn, on behalf of the applicant, Grace House LLC.
Is that good enough? Yeah, I've got it virtually.
Could you please refrain from talking in the room, please? If you need to talk, go out. It's echoing in the room and it's making it hard to hear. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good evening, members of the board. As you will recall, the Grace House appeared before you in late April with their application to convert the former Phillips Manor nursing home, a licensed 29-bed nursing home, into a sober house. The property address is 28 Linwood Avenue. And subsequent to the board's hearing, I want to update you on a few things that have occurred. First of all, the board had asked for a community-type meeting. Councilor Hogan held a meeting in May, and likewise, Taylor Lenhoff and Forrest Lenhoff, the owners and operators of the Grace House LLC, they submitted pamphlets and announced at that, and likewise otherwise posted that they were having an open house at the property itself, 28 Linwood, for anyone to come. That open house occurred on May 30th, and unfortunately, one individual showed up. The ward counselor didn't show up. Just one person came to look at the property and to see what was being proposed and the physical infrastructure that we've been talking about. I've also, just to update you, I had reached out to Councilor Hogan subsequent to this meeting, left him a voicemail, did not receive a response back. In addition to that, we have taken a look at, we've responded to what the board had asked us to take a look at. And I'll do this in no particular order, but one of the members of the community had referenced that there was an easement. We've reached out to our surveyor. They've not been able to locate that with definition on the ground if such easement does exist. But what we have done as a conservative matter is the easement dates back to the 1800s, and it was on a handwritten deed. And so while we're still working on that, what we have done is we have removed any parking that may have been within that easement area, where we think the easement area would be.
Your plan does not show where the easement is, so we have no idea where it is in relation to your plan.
Well, the point of it was to be for the benefit of 34 Linwood, and we are working on that. But likewise, easements are property disputes, and those really aren't zoning matters. So just to let you know that we are working on that, and we can commit to this board that we're not going to have parking within the easement area once our surveyor has been able to complete his work to determine whether or not that easement still exists and where it is.
But once we know that, you're going to have to show it on a survey plan, so we can see what you're parking and how your property is affected by that easement. I need to see it on the plan.
Yeah, typically for all properties, we ask for a certified parking plan. Included with that would be property lines, offsets, and where the parking is relative to those offsets, and easements if they are applied to that. It's pretty simple. The easement should be defined on the deed. It should mention it in both deeds for both properties. It's not that difficult to find, but
Right.
we can't make a judgment on this until we see a certified parking plan that's stamped by an engineer with the property information and the dimensions of the parking and how that fits in the offsets of the properties. The typical zoning requirement that we ask for every parcel that's looking to expand and to show that they have sufficient off-street parking with the property.
Yes, and to your point on that, what we've provided this evening is an updated proposed parking plan. We recognize that we're going to be seeking input from the building commissioner as well on that. So, and we can discuss that in a moment, but I just wanted to let you know that we have been working. And while I appreciate that sometimes easements are easy to locate, sometimes when they're written in handwritten deeds from the 1800s, and somewhat archaic references, and they're going back, it takes a surveyor a bit of time. So we're in the process, and we're working on that. But we also have, and I can talk about the parking in a moment, but I just wanted to update you on that piece of it. A second piece that the board had asked us about was what we were going to do about trash removal. And it's in my writing, but let me just explain to you. We are going to have two-yard roll-off dumpsters. The proposed location is where the shed was on the property, and those will be removed and emptied twice a week. In the event that, obviously, it needs to be more frequent, we'll do that. But what we found so far, based on prior experience in Beverly, is that 2-yard dumpsters 2 times a week, trash removal is sufficient. This will be easy to roll out, and again, it'll be in that location where the former shed had been, and I can walk you through that in a moment.
Well, that should also be identified on your plan.
Excuse me?
That also should be identified on your plan.
Correct. And
Dumpster.
we will, and again, once we get to kind of working through the parking issues. But if I can, I can talk you through where it would be.
Well, and first of all, you're showing stacked parking.
Correct. And it would be.
And then it doesn't leave enough room. It doesn't leave enough room for the driveway. There's no way that's going to work.
Yeah, I think you get an engineer to design a site plan with a certified parking plan with the property and present that, and then we'll be able to review the parking plan. But we need to see that it meets the requirements, the zoning requirements, before we can make a decision on this.
Yes.
And with that would be where the dumpsters are and also where snow removal is. And depending on how many parking places, there's landscaping and screening associated, depending on how many parking spaces in the zoning.
Okay, and I'm to respond to your questions, I'm somewhat taking things in piecemeal here, but just quickly, on the plan that's submitted to you, the area would be where it's behind the building, and there are the 2 head-in parking spaces. That area behind that's the approximate location of where the shed was and where this would be.
Okay. I just need to see on a piece on a stamped, signed piece of.
I understand.
Telling me about it is genius at this point, really.
So,
other than the fact that you have it in your mind that you're going to do.
Since the last hearing, we have also taken in the input that we received from the board, and the applicant is proposing a reduction in the density to 34 beds as opposed to the requested 40 beds. And specifically what that does is, again, to go back to what the pre-existing non-conforming use of a nursing home, that had been licensed for 29 beds. And that did not include the third floor. That was kind of closed off. We have 3 bedrooms, 5 additional beds. So it gets us to the 34 beds, but it's increasing actually the amount of space that the nursing home residents had. In addition to the reduction with the 34 beds, if this were, to go back to your point about parking, if this were to be viewed as a group home under the ordinance, it's 0.25. So that 0.25 spaces per bed, which would equal 8.5.
Actually, we would need one parking space for every 4 people, and then another parking space for an office person. So if you're just speaking 34 people, so that would be at least 8, 9, 10 parking spaces.
And I'm sorry, does the group home require one per?
1 parking space for every 4 people.
Correct, and then you added 1, but where is that from?
For somebody who's running.
And, where is that in the zoning ordinance, I mean? I'm sorry, I may have missed that.
If you can have, you've got somebody there running.
That's right.
Okay, so they need to have an office, they need to have a place to put files, they need to have conference space, they need to have whatever they need to have. They need a parking space as well. So you need a parking space for your office person, and then you need a parking space, 1 for every 4 residents.
If you could just clarify where that's required in the zoning ordinance, so I can take a look at that.
I can't personally tell you what page or what section it is. I don't know, Mr. Poole, can you tell me what section that would be?
Section 6, transportation, 1 per 300 square feet.
Thank you.
Yeah.
But that would be considering then the building as both office space and group home as 2 principal uses?
That's what we described, yeah.
I'm not certain that group homes aren't permitted to have 1 office personnel and that space isn't included, but I will take a look back at that.
So just for the record, the existing nursing home, when it submitted its closure plan to the state, it was licensed for 22 residents at that time, 22. And as part of their closure plan, there were 11 bedrooms, and there were 11 residences that they needed to relocate as a result of that closure plan. So even though back in the 50s, they got approved for 29, license changed over the years with various requirements, and their license had 22 residences, 22 beds in that nursing home.
Again, the facility, the nursing home facility had operated at.
The other aspect of what we're looking for, when we look for, is that it doesn't degrade more than what the existing is doing. It doesn't have a bigger impact to the neighborhood than what was there before. And that's for any property in there, so.
Correct, and so that's a good point.
It's more detrimental to the neighborhood than the existing facility.
Yes, and to your point on that, that's a very good point. If you look at my submittal, attachment 1 is a letter from the former owner of the Phillips Manor. And he states in his letter, the Phillips Manor nursing home had a capacity of taking care of 29 residents. The maximum amount of staff we had on location daily was 16. We had families that did visit their loved ones, as well as physicians and other outside contractors coming in and out. We had approximately 12 staff vehicles and 2 to 3 resident guests / outside service vehicles visiting daily. What the proposal for the Grace House is we have not only reduced the number of beds to 34, but we're also proposing that we can control, the Grace House can control the people that have cars there. And so they are willing to limit the number of member residents that have cars to 8. It will be written into their contract. And so it will be a violation if people bring cars and have cars that haven't been given written permission through their contract. And so, you know, unlike a typical apartment building, there is a very tangible way to make certain that parking is not an issue at this property. The Lenhoffs can control that through just prohibiting the majority of the people from having vehicles and limiting it to that. And I think that the reduction in the number of beds to 34 and their commitment that they will commit that only 8 of the residents can have parking addresses both of those concerns. And likewise, to your point, it's less intensive use than the 29 residents that had been at Phillips Manor, the daily staff of 16, the 12 staff vehicles that were there on a daily basis, and the 2 to 3 guests. Now, this, of course, doesn't take into account the elderly people needing EMTs and that. So, yes, I think very much so, to answer your question, that 34 self-sufficient individuals that do not have cars for the most part are not going to create a zoning relevant impact greater than the Phillips Manor house.
So
How are you monitoring whether people have cars or not?
So it will,
In the middle of their stay, or
it will be in their contract when they get their residency contract. It will be, if they have approval for a car, then they have approval of a car. If they don't, and there's a car there, it will be a violation of their contract. And attached both to, I submitted a memorandum from myself as well as a statement of Taylor Lenhoff. And both of those have maybe more easily defined in Taylor's. At the back, there's what they call the good neighbor policy. And basically what through their good neighbor policy and procedure is that there's a self-policing in place. I mean, one, you're going to know who has cars that are there and they're not. You can have their license plate number. You're going to know if there's an unauthorized car.
but that's
well, please,
Well,
let her speak in order.
I'm sorry.
under the good neighbor policy, if any of the members of the house and the house managers learn that somebody has a car and they're, at the property and they're bringing it to the property, they will notify Taylor and it will be dealt with. Let me find the exact language for you. First, if you will, on the second page of the good neighbor policy, there's a section, operator response to neighbor concerns. And under that, it says the operator or designated staff member is required to respond to all neighborhood concerns. Upon receiving a neighborhood complaint or concern, whether through a member report or direct contact, the responsible person shall, 1, acknowledge the concern to the neighbor within 24 hours, 2, investigate the reported issue by gathering information from members and staff, 3, communicate the outcome and any corrective action to the neighbor in a timely manner, 4, document all steps taken and outcomes in the neighbor relations file, 5, follow up with the neighbors to confirm the matter has been resolved to their reasonable satisfaction. And then on the following page of that same document, parking courtesy rules. Members who operate motor vehicles are expected to park in a manner that is courteous, legal, and considerate of neighbors. Members must, first, obtain written approval from the operator to park a vehicle at the property. Second, not park on Amory Street at any time, including guests or members. Third, not block neighboring driveways, fire hydrants, or restricted zones at any time. 4, refrain from sitting in parked vehicles for extended periods with music, running engines, or in a manner that draws attention or causes disturbance to neighbors. Next, not park in a manner that reduces the available parking for neighboring members or businesses. And lastly, comply with all posted street cleaning permit and time limit parking signs. The policy goes on to state, members without vehicles should avoid directing guests or visitors to park in a manner that violates these rules. Parking violations that generate neighbor complaints may result in corrective action in accordance with the Grace House membership.
We've had many applications come before our board And off-street parking is one of the prime issues, especially in that whole district, or that whole ward. And we have denied projects for that reason, because parking, without your project, parking is already an issue in the neighborhood. Parking is an issue when school is in session, when school gets out, when people have a visitor for a graduation. This is graduation year. There's not enough parking. You can't enforce a resident to park in the street. You can enforce them not to park on your property, but you can't enforce them not to park their vehicle in the street, because legally they can park in the street. They have to meet the state guidelines and register the car and do whatever for that. And if there's a snow emergency in this city, you have to get your car off the street. If it's not, it's towed to a yard. If you don't get it out of that yard, you're paid storage fees, and this is what your residents will face, and this is what the residences in the neighborhood already face as far as parking goes. So parking is a big issue.
I appreciate that, and to your point, Grace House is being proactive about this. They can say, you cannot have a car, whether you park it on-site or whether you park it off-site. You cannot bring a car to this area, and they can say that. Now, if your concern is graduation parties, that's a concern that any property has, that an overflow of
That's not my
people.
concern. What I'm saying is people in the neighborhood need to live and enjoy their home without a bunch of new cars coming in. 34 cars come in, that's a big disruption. If it's 20 cars coming in, you got 8 cars, 10 cars. Now, if you say they can't own a car, we'll cross that bridge. But you need to have enough off-street parking for your facility with a certified parking plan, with the landscaping, with enough room for trash removal, room for snow removal and whatnot, and staying out of the easement.
Madam Chair, I had a question.
Site plan.
So, at the end of the document that you've been going through, it references MASH Standard J, items 28, 29. I don't know if this is a question for Taylor or not, but is this a template from MASH, or is this kind of a referral to kind of a general set of guidelines for MASH?
I will let Taylor, if you can respond to that.
Or is that just a reference to the house itself?
It adheres to MASH's standards, so
Okay,
they
that's what-
put out a policy and we just,
Yeah.
take that.
So Standard J is kind of MASH's good neighbor policy, which you kind of adopted.
If you were to go to their MASH website, anyone here, I encourage anyone to look at what they have. J through 28, whatever it is, without looking at it, is publicly available under standards.
Can you guys
Can you verify for me for a second? Because
Taylor, you need to go
your
close,
petition of
like-
support, and on this document it says there will be multiple live-in staff. Can you verify exactly how many live-in staff you will have?
We will have 2 live-in managers.
Is that the maximum of resident managers or staff?
At full capacity of 34, it would be 2 live-in managers, and then myself as an operator who does not take up.
So how do
The
you
two
come with
living managers, does that make 34, or does that?
They're included in that third, no, they include in the 34.
Okay, so it's a total of 34, so 32 would be resident, patient, or
They're not patients.
receiving service.
There's no service. These are, it's structured living for
Okay.
people that are, there is no detox program, there's no medical program that's going on. These are people that are sober and that are, doing well and being in a supportive environment with fellow people that are sober is, going to further lock that in. There's no services. So the 34, to answer your question, the 2 managers are within that 34.
Okay, and then how many additional staff come in during the day?
So myself as the operator, 5 days a week, but there's 2 live-in managers. These are people, like, it's communal living. It's step down from everything. They are responsible for their own food, laundry, like all of that. So nobody's coming in to provide aid.
So unlike the nursing home where they have 16 staff on a daily basis and they need 12 parking spaces per staff, this is not the people that are there. There are 2 resident managers that live there and their managers.
And there's, aside from Taylor, the operator, who's coming in 5 days a week, on regular hours,
Physically on property 5 days a week.
There's no other.
So those 2 managers you anticipate having cars?
One of them I know doesn't. So there's one.
So, but, I mean, is that going to be that they can't have a car? Because if you need to show up, does that mean that, because if you got 8 going to residents,
Yeah.
They would be included in the 8, just to clarify that point. So when we say,
so the eight cars is including the 2 managers?
that's correct, yes.
Okay.
So if one of the managers has a car, that means that there's only 7 other available. Does that respond to your question that you had?
To that part of it, yes.
Okay, thank you.
So MASH, that's based on the National Alliance for Recovery Residences templates.
It's the Massachusetts, but it's an affiliate of the national NAR, yes.
So the recommended size, it's a level 2 type M sober house, or which means it's monitored. So somebody that's recovering is managing the household, and in this case, it's going to have an assistant. So one person is going to manage that's recovered and trying to get established in life is going to monitor 34 people or 33 people.
Everybody there is sober.
Yeah, everybody's there sober.
That's right. So
You're
everyone is in
trying to
recovery.
manage a household with 34 people with one person. So I'm just reading guidelines here. I'm looking at the National Alliance for Recovery Residents. It says for a type 2 level 2 type M sober house, you want to aim for 12 to 14 residents in a compliant, well-planned home to balance safety, structure, recovery support while meeting NARR and ASAM standards, because you want them to be successful. You want them to get into it, and when you get bigger than that, it's hard to manage that. So how are you going to overcome that?
So
You're
there's,
going to make two separate households in the building?
no, so it's two house managers that live there and myself. So that's 3 staff members for 32 people if it's a full occupancy. If 2 of them are live-in managers, that makes 34 occupants in the house. And then a third would be me, who does not live on the property, taking up occupancy.
So I understand under federal law that if you're in a sober house, it's considered a disability. You're protected under federal law to be treated. Now, our zoning regs basically say if you got more than 4 people that are unrelated, they're not allowed in the household, more than 4. So if you had 5, but in this case, because you are given accommodations because of that disability, right? You're allowed more, but it's a household. It's a residence, and it should feel like a household and not a dormitory and that sort of thing.
If I may step in on that one, I think that you may be conflicting or conflating 2 different concepts here. You are absolutely correct. Federal law requires that people that are in recovery have a disability and they're protected under the Fair Housing Act and the Fair Housing Act amendments, and one is required to make reasonable accommodation. I think, and I may be wrong, but, and I'm sure you'll correct me if I'm wrong on this, but what I hear you saying then is you're almost going along just a strict Dover look at this, and you're looking at this house as if it were a 2-family or a 3-family. And here, I don't think that we need to, and we've done this in the alternative in our application, ask for the special permit to allow for a pre-existing non-conforming use to a change, which is expressly allowed. Likewise, in your zoning bylaw, by special permit, this board can also provide, alterate, or can vary the traditional parking requirements. But, so that's kind of from a zoning analysis, but also from a fair housing analysis. The case law under the Fair Housing Act and the Fair Housing Act amendments say that even neutral zoning bylaws, when they're applied and they're not accommodating people with disabilities, which includes people in recovery, that can be a violation. So,
Yeah, so what I'm getting at is also, it's a sober home, which means nobody's currently using. You go in and you test the residents, correct?
that's correct.
Absolutely, yes.
Right. So if they test positive, they're immediately taken from the house, correct?
Yes, it is addressed immediately.
So if anybody is using,
Wait, just saying, what's addressed immediately? Are they taken from the house or they're just addressed?
No, I mean, they are dismissed from, like, they are no longer a member of the house. They have to leave and go.
because if there's drug usage in the house, then it does not meet the zoning requirement because they don't get the accommodations.
But
That's correct.
No,
And
That's correct.
well, but they're not members of the house then. They're
Exactly, as long as you follow those guidelines.
correct. So they're.
I understand why you do that.
And they're being,
Like, what is that?
if someone is using and they seek to live at the Grace House, they cannot live there.
No.
So they will be terminated. Their contract will be terminated.
Right, that's what I
And,
wanna make-
and you're right. Like if the Lynn House were proposing a place where people who were using could just kind of live and
Or if somebody-
together,
somebody,
but that's not what this is. This is the complete.
if somebody
opposite of that.
relapses, then there's a method to remove them from the house.
Yes.
Yes.
Please talking to the mic.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah, okay.
And-
That's what I want to make sure. because
Sure, and-
If there isn't, then it doesn't meet
Sure. And
that
just,
definition.
that's a great point.
Yeah.
And if you look at the prior hearing, I believe we provided you with full copies of the member contract agreement. And with this submittal, in the statement of Taylor Lenhoff, at attachment 1, there's the rules and regulations, and in attachment 2 are the policies and guidances, including, there's actually 2, then there's the good neighbor policy that have been provided. So,
So the only with the good neighbor policy is just some more specific on-site information on who to contact. Because I see you have your name there, but you may be in Beverly, you may be off
So,
wherever, somebody on site who, because if there's a number of people and somebody has an issue, they want to know who to go to, who to call, and specific. And usually when there's a call, you don't get an answer. You want like that chain of,
if I may, Massachusetts Alliance for Sober Housing, MASH, they have a list of things that need to be in compliance before they give this certification out. Part of that is having a emergency procedure, which goes through the line of who to call and when and what order. And so everybody in the house knows everyone's number. In addition to that, like, I will give my contact information to any neighbor who would like it. It's
yeah,
public
it should be
information.
up to date, for neighbors to deal with concerns. Because there's a number of things, like I see under courtesy rules, things like loitering, offensive language, cleanliness of the property.
Yeah.
Parking courtesy, smoking, that's all in the good neighbor domain, so to speak.
We added that as, because we hear the concerns and we want to address them. We want to be a part of this community. And we're not trying to be bad neighbors. I mean, there's been statistics that show that sober homes, when operating correctly, which is obviously my full intention, I do it in Beverly. We have a pretty successful home. They make great neighbors. And definitely not more disruptive than a fully in use nursing home in my.
right. And just to clarify, we're not talking about applicants who are just dipping their toe in this. We are talking about experienced sober home operators. And I think when we were here before you the last time, Taylor had invited anyone to go to the Beverly home and to check it out and to do it. She also, I heard her at the community meeting, she also reiterated that invitation. And in fact, at the community meeting, there were probably a half dozen people from the Beverly home that showed up to let people see their they're your neighbors. You know, we're talking about people that are your neighbors, and there's been some unfortunate dialogue, not from this board, but that has been going around in the community, and concerns about the schools should be notified. Why should the schools be notified that there's sober people living in the neighborhood? It's because of a discrimination. There's an inference that these are violent people, that they're sex offenders. And just to clarify for this board, that's not what we're talking about. If they have a felony history, if they're sex offenders, they're not getting the privilege to live in this. This is a privilege. It is supportive and community, but it's also a privilege. And the people that get the privilege to live there, they recognize that. And they're accountable to themselves, they're accountable to their fellow housemates, and they're accountable to Taylor. While tiny, she's a force.
Yeah, and I mean, we as a board, we're always looking at what is the zoning of the community. We discussed that last time. We're also looking at what decisions we make now and what's the repercussions of that decision down the road. Because needs in the community change, what wants to go in a particular area changes, and what fits in an area. And so, you know, Lynn was built with zero zoning. So we had, you know, factories right next to housing, you know, next to chemical plants, all over the place. And that's changing with the new zoning regulations. And we are trying to be consistent, but we rule consistently along the board. So the biggest thing here is, are we going to be more detrimental to the neighborhood? That's up to that's under us.
That's what we have to
The zoning. And I also think we need to understand what the real parking plan, site plan for the site is. You need to do some work to prepare that.
And we have been working on that. And just if I may though.
And when you come back, then we can discuss that more. And there are concerns with the neighborhood. I understand the domain. I've done some homework on this, so I understand the core principles and things of that for the MASH program, and how that evolved from the national program. And they pretty much adopted most of the national program.
Yeah, they adhere to all of them.
The concern I have is also the size, because when it's too big, the bigger homes track record isn't as successful. And if we're gonna have a home, you know, in Lynn, we want it to be successful, especially, you know, for this type of home, because people are almost there, right? And almost out of it. And
We might say they are there, they're sober, so.
yeah, they're sober, but they need to establish an independent life. And this is sort of that first step, because they
It's
don't.
not the first step.
Well, the first step of exiting beyond, where they don't have any structure at all. That first step when they walk out of that home is they're on their own.
I think Taylor may want to clarify that a bit for you
so,
there.
I mean, we're a step down oftentimes from halfway houses. I don't know if
Right.
you're familiar with halfway houses.
Yeah.
Those are for people newly in recovery and building routines and
So where did they go after you?
home.
Right, that's what I'm saying. That's what I just said. They're going home after this. They're on,
Or this is their home.
yeah, well, yeah,
It's sober housing is a stepping stone for.
yeah, it's a home.
Yeah, but it's a stepping stone, and it's not my place to say how long you step here to build a foundation of
Right.
recovery where you're comfortable. So
And that's what I want to make sure, that it's a home, because it's supposed to be a home in a neighborhood of homes.
and it is a home. On May 30th, we had an open house. We could see the where the table's gonna be, where everybody can sit for all.
Yeah, I've been in the facility myself personally.
Not since the
not saying-
rehabilitation. It's a different. It has been rehabilitated, and I welcome you anytime.
We would invite any of the board members to reach out to the Lenhoffs if you want to go in and see the home.
I don't think any of us doubt that you run an excellent facility. I don't think any of us doubt that the rules that you put in place are appropriate and allow for people to live there in the neighborhood as a neighbor. What I think we're all struggling with is the quantity of people that you're putting in one house. I think we're all struggling with that here on the board, and I think all your neighbors are struggling with that. And I think that's what we need to get through.
Yeah, and it's 70, like the nursing home was put there, 70, 75 years ago. And it's changed. And 70, 75 years from now, you're not going to be running this place.
I'm pretty
Right.
young.
So we just want to make sure that this is a good running place for the long term.
Absolutely. I wouldn't put myself out, like, this is like obviously a lot. And I would not put myself out there and put my stamp on what I believe in if it wasn't something that I am confident in. I know I can do this. Your argument of like 30 people aren't so successful. I can prove that in Beverly that it's not the case. I have members here today who can say that's not the case.
I'm just following the guidelines, the national guidelines, what they say in general. And you're in the 12 to 14 range. Those are the most successful homes for sober living.
I believe that's managers too. Is that managers too?
Well,
That's a type 2, level
think,
2 type M home.
right, and I'm not entirely certain if this qualifies as a level 2. I'm not familiar with NAR. You probably are, Taylor. But what I would say to you is, MASH is there. They're looking at this. Like MASH's job is to make this work. They're not going to certify a home that's doomed to fail. So there is an objective standard, there's an objective criteria that, in terms of just building safety, obviously, we had submitted previously the building standards, independent, certification on that. But now we're voluntarily saying we want to be MASH certified, and MASH is going to come out there and look at that and make certain that the program, I don't want to call it a program, Taylor, a community living though, like MASH is there to ensure that works. That's not really the function of zoning, right? Zoning is to make certain, parking, traffic, whatnot, right? It's not to what goes on, what are the operations in the home.
Use is the big thing.
And use, yeah, absolutely. But again, this has been used for community living for over 75 years, this very building. And the only thing that's changing, well,
Not with this many residents.
but with staffing figures, you had more people buzzing around that house and more activity in the neighborhood than you're going to with the number of 34
If
people.
all your people are working, if all 34 of your men are working, or 32 of your men are working outside the home, then they're in and out all day long, whatever.
No, they're out of jobs, just like the rest of a neighborhood would be, right?
Right.
So it's they have stable jobs. So
Again, it's the quantity of people.
Do the managers have other jobs?
The managers are, they adhere to all of the rules that we have, but can be their primary job as long as they're going to focusing on their recovery and doing all the things.
So if you understand what that means is everyone's required to have at least 20 hours of employment.
Yeah.
So the managerial employment can count towards that.
Okay. Abraham, I think you have a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to learn a little bit more. I think that the point being made about being a good neighbor and having the comparison in Beverly, where the current sober home has been operating as an example, is important. I just, for the benefit of folks who haven't been able to either take a look at or visit as it was invited before, when comparing that neighborhood to this one, would you say that it's more or less the same or not? Because when I'm looking at Elliott Street and where that sober home is located, it's a 4-way street with 4 lanes. There's a train passing right next to it. It's a lot more spacious. What I'm understanding here, and when looking into the impacts of the neighborhood and how detrimental it is in the context of Lynn, it is a much more densely populated residential without that much of an open space. You have spots, stop and shop right next to it. You have the police station. It's a very different built environment. Is that accurate to say?
Those are all great points. I would like to say that where we are located in Beverly, we have multiple red lights and train tracks that run through. So that disrupts traffic. And then we have people entering out and in and out of our driveway, which is, that on a 2-way street, it can be difficult, and it's easier to access Linwood than, I would say that Lynn is easier than Beverly in that regard.
There's less, would you say that there's less neighbors immediately around the sober home compared to this case in Lynn?
Yes, I would say, like residential, yes.
Thank you.
But again, if you're looking at the comparison of the pre-existing non-conforming use that was there and not what the use is of the neighborhood in general, if you're looking at this from a change of use sort of perspective, correct?
Yeah, just trying to compare
yeah.
the different neighborhoods and the densities when it's being mentioned as an example.
Does anybody else have any questions for the, you have one?
Yes, I'm trying to find it in the Code of Mass Regs here, but perhaps you can save me the trouble. We've been talking about this, and I think we've referenced it in the memos and such as, considering this in terms of the Lynn zoning ordinance is group housing, correct? Is that?
That was the for the
thing.
closest comparison for parking, correct?
For parking purposes. Okay. All right. So I'm just trying to, because the group housing here in the Lynn zoning ordinance says shared common spaces, et cetera, with private bedrooms for each resident. And I think that this is
Right.
assuming double occupancy per room, correct?
That's correct. And we're not saying that this is we just
You're
did
just looking for an analog.
just for an analog for parking.
Okay.
And again, I think a lot of this also goes back in the memo I submitted today, goes back to, what the reasonable accommodation and what that means. And, federal law defines discrimination to include not only traditional discriminatory practice, but also refusal to make modifications in rules, policies, practices, and services when such accommodations may be necessary to afford such equal opportunity to enjoy a dwelling. And it goes on then with the Oxford House case that confirms that people that are no longer engaging in illegal substances are handicapped for that. And then I would also cite you to the Milwaukee case, which the language in the Milwaukee case cited in my memo is that another method of making housing unavailable to people with disabilities has been the application or enforcement of otherwise neutral rules and regulations on health, safety, and land use in a manner which discriminates. Such discrimination often results from false overprotective assumptions about the needs of handicapped people, as well as unfounded fears of difficulties about the problems that their tendencies may pose. These and similar practices would be prohibited. That's from a federal district court.
Follow up, just trying to tie this all back to
Yeah. So
our jurisdiction is the zoning ordinance, and so I just wanted to make sure that we're talking about the same thing here in terms of whether or not we're considering everything under the
correct. This is this was just the and I believe that kind of flowed from Mr. Poole may have referenced that before that for parking considerations
and a number of things floating around in my inbox. So I just wanted to make that connection.
Yes.
And then just to confirm, right, what we're talking about today is just a change in use from one pre-existing non-conforming use to another, not asking for any other kind of waivers of other things.
No, we are asking for a reasonable accommodation.
There you go. All right.
We are asking for a reasonable accommodation to allow a 34-bed facility here. And we're asking for reasonable accommodation as well to the parking. And that also gets to the point of, and I know that you're not in favor of this, but I'm going to bring it up, is we've shown on our proposed parking plan the tandem parking. And again, this is a unique living situation where there is, it's people living in the same house. It's not an apartment, where it's a problem. And that tandem parking in this situation actually can work. And I understand your concerns that you want to make certain that the parking spaces are appropriately sized and we can finesse that. But I do want to say that tandem parking, I've used it in multiple projects, not sober home projects, affordable housing projects. It's, when you have the infrastructure in place and you have a system, it works. And these people are all living in the same home. They're not living in different apartments. They're all living in the same home.
So allowing for the stack parking in that case you are saying that is the reasonable accommodation for parking in this.
Yes, for the design and as well for the number. If we can't get to the 11, if we get to the,
Yeah, okay. So the only thing I would ask is, if, prepare your site plan, the property line and offsets, your parking, landscaping, dumpsters, snow removal, easements, all on there. And submit it enough time to inspectional services so they can review that. And so we can review it before the meeting. So we're not sitting here with papers presented to us the night of the meeting and we haven't had a chance to look at it. And prepared to respond to what's in here, or to be able to respond to you, bringing up things up in this document that we haven't seen. So you're stating things in here, I haven't even looked at it yet. So I don't want to be put in that position.
No, I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Just, Taylor, I think you were about to add something. So-
Just something just to keep in mind with tandem parking, if that's a reasonable accommodation that would be considered. My house in Beverly, 30 men are able to text each other and say, hey, your laundry's done, move it, because it's $1 for the drying action. So if people can figure out laundry, like 8 people with schedules and cars, like the parking really, I do not foresee it being an issue on our end with tandem parking. I just wanted to put that out there.
Just for us right now, it's hypothetical. We just
Absolutely.
don't have real numbers. We don't know where they are. We don't know. We need the survey. We need to know where all of the info is to be able to vote on anything. But right now, it's all hypothetical.
I would actually be curious to find out if people can actually navigate into some of those parking spaces. Just looking at where that curb is,
After.
I don't even know if somebody can drive into that or back out of a space. So I don't know who prepared this plan.
Yeah, the engineer did, but we can confirm that with you. And again, going back to the reasonable accommodation request for the design, so it may be tandem or it may be something else, but when you have, I know I sound like a broken record, but when you have people living in the same home environment,
Eating breakfast together.
you can do these things. Like if any of you grew up in a big family and you had 4 cars because there were 5 kids or whatnot, I know how to do it, like we figure it out. So here we're talking 8 cars. So it's not rocket science is what I'm saying.
You need to get it figured out. We really talked about parking enough. We need to get the actual official paperwork from you. Is there anybody else in this room that has any more questions for these people? Are there any other people in favor of this project? Any other people in favor of this project that was just to speak? Thank you very much. Okay, now we have a list of people who have signed up to speak against the project.
I'm sorry, I didn't have a question.
Oh, you have a question?
I do. Are these people, these residents?
Did you come up and come up?
State your name.
I'm sorry. My name is Bob Risto. I'm a resident in the neighborhood. Are these residents still in recovery or have they completed recovery?
They are actively in recovery.
They are in recovery. Recovery is
Lifelong event.
Okay. Well, somebody had said something about the recovery hard part is over and now they're in a group home and trying to, reintegrate into society. So I just wanted to clarify that so that I know what terms you're using.
Okay, thank you.
And then I had one other question. What percentage of the residents in Beverly have jobs, do you think, if you had to guess?
And my guys here, all
All of them.
every single one, if they're not working, they're volunteering, but they're not hanging out at the house. Like,
Okay, so that means we're probably going to have 34 cars.
Okay. The first one who signed up to speak against the project is Reagan DeFulia. Is that, did I pronounce it? Regina. Oh, Regina. Sorry. That's good.
Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, right here, Dave. Right here.
Thanks.
Right there. Right here. Right there, Dave Ellis. Okay, let me tell her. Terry, we come on, let's do a favor, but we didn't read them. Yeah, before opposition comes.
Where is she?
Right here.
Right across the street.
Yep.
Wait, 1 minute, I'm sorry, Regina. Okay, sure. The person that wishes to speak in favor, I'll call you next.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Opposition.
Did you want to speak in favor of this project? All right, please come up. We need to
You're all set.
close together.
Call your
and-
name.
Okay. Have you,
I've not signed in. Did you need me to sign in?
Yeah. Right now. Favor, just favor, exactly.
okay, thank you.
Can we have order, please?
Order, please.
Look, I can hit the gas. You can sign.
Okay. Hi, I'm Karen Farrow. I'm in favor of this. I just want to let you know, I worked with Taylor and I run a sober home at 15 Hovey Terrace in Lynn. I am in sobriety 3 years and I do not have a car. I work, I do my recovery, and I run my sober home. And out of the people that have come and gone, I have had 2 people in my house that has had a car in my house. So the parking, things like that, and the cars, not all residents have cars, you know, so that is not an issue. Like, people walk there. Sober people don't have a problem getting around. We will move, we will do what we need to do to get to where we need to be. So the cars have never been an issue. The time that I've been at that house and the time that I've been at the other houses that I've worked at, there's minimal cars. So I just wanted to let you know that. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Regina, I'm sorry that I put you.
So my name is Regina DeFuria. I have spoken twice before, once at the other meeting and at the community meeting. There were a lot of other points that were brought up this evening that I don't have prepared for, but at first I had thought of not even reading the statement that I wrote after the last meeting due to Taylor's comment to me on the way out that, don't worry, this is going to happen anyhow. But here goes, because my voice does matter too. It is my neighborhood. I've given some careful thoughts and considerations to the last 2 meetings that were held regarding 28 Linwood Road and the proposal for a new business forum in my neighborhood. The configuration of Amory Street only has 6 houses on it. 2 are multifamily, 1 on the side of the street. On one side of the street, 5 houses are located. The other side is only 1, which is my family's home, which abuts the property in discussion. For the duration of my lifetime residing on Amory Street, I have not seen many families come and go. I can recall all the residents from my childhood and the families that purchased their homes after they moved out and the ones that passed away after living there for the duration of their lives. The newer residents have been longtime residents there as well. Families do not come and go here, they make roots. We have an elementary school within 500 feet of the neighborhood, another that is 0.6 of a mile up the road, as well as 2 to 3 parks in the direct neighborhood. I have an extensive background in the healthcare field. I have seen the dark side of addiction extensively, both personally and within my experiences as a healthcare provider. I have also seen individuals turn themselves around and become a functional, productive part of society. I understand the trials and tribulations of the disease and the complex lifestyles people must overcome to make a change for themselves and society. The proposal for this new business in our neighborhood is not a good fit for us. The company running this business is proposing for 40 men to reside in a refurbished nursing home. The allotted number of residents for this home was 25, and during COVID, it was reduced to 21 due to regulations for health. People did not come and go except for staff. Traffic consists of ambulances on occasion, staff and transport vehicles, to bring patients to and from appointments, etc. My concern for the neighborhood was brought up by one of your own board members. What happens down the road when you no longer run this business? Is the neighborhood now stuck with a piece of property designated to be a sober house? Would you buy the property here and have members of society become your neighbors? This business will be a constant revolving door for new faces in and out of our neighborhood. I like knowing who lives in my neighborhood. We are not inundated with multifamily homes here. We know vehicles parked in the area and who belongs to them. And when new people and vehicles become part of the area, we are on alert, curious to know who and if they are from our neighborhood or do not belong here, and make note of it for our safety Property values have already declined with the proposal of this business coming into our neighborhood, so we get nothing out of this deal but a decline in our assets, while you profit off the proposed 40% rent and whoever else you are appropriated by the state and match for running this business in our neighborhood that we deem safe now. You personally cannot secure or guarantee that level of safety for us once you start this business in our neighborhood. The statement was made that you alone screen the residents, and it's based off your feeling of being safe. A seatbelt doesn't even guarantee safety. How can you? You use the word safe when explaining how people are screened into the facility. The definition of safe describes being secure from harm, danger, or risk, or something that causes no harm. Key synonyms include protected, secure, guarded, sound, and trustworthy. This is a business venture. You have one other sober house in the city already for women and one more in Beverly for 30 men. And your husband is the property manager buying multifamily dwellings in the surrounding cities and then offering rooms and or apartments for rent once they have completed their sobriety. You stated that you are the house manager for Beverly and will be for the property as well. I asked, how are you able to run multiple homes and know exactly what is going on at the other? How can you respond to another facility in a timely manner if you're in another city managing that one? House in Beverly is listed as a halfway house and is in a business zone on Elliott Street, which is a main double-lane road, a large parking lot to accommodate the property because there is no street parking, with one house located not too far away, and across the street is an empty parking lot loaded with trucks. The street has plenty of businesses on it, such as Stop and Shop, McDonald's, etc., just to name a few. And yes, the Beverly Police Department is located across the street. This location impacts no one. I'd like to also touch on something that Reverend Pete from the Washington Street Baptist and his person has spoken in favor of on this venture. We have had 3 pastors live in that property abutting the nursing home over the past 40 years. And while he doesn't have an issue with it solely, he doesn't have anything to lose either. He doesn't own that piece of property, the church does. So if he is replaced, retires, or moves, he loses nothing. His house is free and it has no impact on him, but the asset of the home will depreciate with this type of business next door to him. So yes, please get sober, become a productive part of society, but please do it somewhere more appropriate to the setting. This is a family neighborhood. I would not feel comfortable with 40 or even 20 men hanging out in the yard next to my house, coming and going up until 11 p.m. at night and being able to stay outside until whenever they see fit. It's a curfew, not a bedtime. I have a young daughter to protect and children all throughout the neighborhood as well. I feel this would make me concerned about the safety of all families in the neighborhood. Parking was discussed as well, and during the last year while the new owners were back and forth during remodeling and construction, they were parked on Amory Street, not Linwood Road, which is their address. On occasion, they were parked in their yard, along with the construction vans. The majority of the time, they had vans and their personal vehicles parked on Amory Street. No regard for the neighborhood, never introduced themselves when they were out in the parking area, just coming and going all business. Over this past winter, their sidewalk in Amory Street was never clear the entire winter, again showing their regard for our neighborhood. I do feel this business is detrimental to our neighborhood. I know these homes are protected under acts put in place by law, but where is the protection for the residing neighbors to bring these businesses into family established neighborhoods? Where are our rights? I'm entitled to voice my opinions and concerns regarding this business forever changing the footprint of the neighborhood. None of this is discrimination. It's cause for concern for safety. Thank you for your time and for listening.
Yeah. Thank you, Regina. The next speaker will be Vivian DeFuria. Is that right?
Yes. Hello. Good evening, members of the board. My name is Vivian. First, I'd like to start this off by saying this is not coming from a lack of compassion for men or men getting sober. This is a real statement made by a real person who knows the dangers of addiction. I live directly adjacent to 28 Linwood Road. My home could not physically be any closer to this proposed site. I am here tonight not out of a lack of compassion, but out of a profound concern for the safety, balance, and reality of our neighborhood. For years, this property was a quiet, content nursing home. The only sounds made were the occasional transport vehicles. As a child, I actually looked forward to their holiday cookouts and the one-man band that played every year. It was a staple of my childhood and a harmonious part of the community. I want to be entirely transparent. I understand addiction. I have experienced it painfully close to home. I have seen the highest ups and the lowest downs. I lost my best friend when she was just 20 years old after she got caught up with the wrong crowd. I fought alongside with her mother to try to save her, but as we all know, sometimes addiction moves faster than we realize. I have looked into the eyes of heartbroken mothers, witnessed overdoses, and seen how addiction can turn a family's life completely upside down. Because I know this battle, I know the reality of it. 28 Linwood Road is not a licensed, secured rehabilitation facility. It is just a proposed 40-person sober home. Anyone who understands recovery knows that the urge to relapse can be excruciating, and with those intense urges, desperate and terrible things can happen. Relapse is an unfortunate reality of the recovery process, but when it happens in a high-density residential setting without real medical oversight, the damage overflows into the streets. We are talking about the documented realities that follow unmonitored relapses, car break-ins, erratic behavior, and overdoses in public spaces. As a woman in my 20s who works from home, this project directly impacts my day-to-day safety and peace of mind. Our properties are separated by a completely transparent chain-linked fence. The idea of standing in my own backyard or even just opening my curtains during the day to work while 20 to 40 men are hanging outside with an unobstructed view of my home does fill me with genuine fear. I should not have to feel vulnerable walking my dog or sitting in my own living room, not even to mention my grandparents who feel an even bigger compromise to their safety. Furthermore, this isn't just about me and my family's proximity to the building. This proposed 30 to 40 person facility is located less than 300 feet from a school. We have young children who walk these specific sidewalks alone every single day, introducing a high density transient population where individuals are actively battling severe, unpredictable crises directly into a school zone and a neighborhood dense with children is a massive oversight in community safety. A sober home may have a place in a city, but a massive 40-person home does not belong directly in a small, quiet neighborhood, nor does it belong 300 feet from a school. I ask this board to consider the sheer scale of this project, the immediate physical proximity to the neighborhood, the safety of the local children and families, and the lack of security measures. Please protect the safety of the residents who have built their lives here. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Vivian. Bob Risto.
Hi, I'm Bob Risto. I live at 43 Linwood. I can see the home in question from my front yard. I wanted to mention something, and that is that according to the ordinances that you have already referred to, it says that pre-existing non-conforming structures may be extended or altered only if permit granting authority finds that change or alteration is not substantially detrimental to the neighborhood. And I'm going to argue that it is detrimental to the existing neighborhood, and in numerous ways. So, first off, we talked about parking. And that seems to be one of the biggest issues that we have. And I don't see a resolution here tonight even proposed, other than, well, can we squeeze in another one, or can we stack them up, or what? I don't even know what that means. But I don't see a solution to that. And frankly, the answer that I heard earlier about, well, yes, everybody works, but nobody drives a car, doesn't really make sense to me, and I don't know about you. So parking on an already crowded neighborhood street would indeed create untenable and dangerous conditions, more so than it already is. Somebody has mentioned the fact that we're right down the street from an elementary school with small children. And in addition to other issues, these small children walk to and from school every day and cross streets right where we're talking about. And there's a lot of traffic. And it's just about the time that a lot of people go to work or come home from work. So if we have additional cars, as many as 34, then that's going to be a problem. And that's dangerous. And we're all responsible if we let that happen. 41 or 40 residents, or as I heard tonight, perhaps 34, unlike a nursing home where the residents are primarily aged or ill, we're talking about people who are much younger and people who are social probably, and people who live in a party house. So we're talking about potential noise, and we're talking about groups of people at inappropriate hours, and we're talking about those people being on the streets when children are walking by, and I think that's a recipe for possible danger. The applicant for this permit hasn't offered any evidence that would alleviate the fears of parents, and we heard one right now, who are concerned about residents interacting with children. These are people who, there's a certain percentage that have issues in their recovery. It's not prejudice, it's a reality. And we have, just like, you want a dangerous animal living next to you, or do you want a guy that's whatever it's called, recurring, falling back into his abuse? Those are the kinds of things that people have to look at. Now, that's not saying that I'm not accusing anybody of being a dangerous animal. I'm saying, no, listen, what I'm saying is,
Please address the board.
what I'm saying is, just like a parent, just like you have to be careful with your child, you have to secure them as much as possible and make sure they're not exposed to danger. You do in every situation, and those are the kinds of things that happen in neighborhoods. And what we're talking about is adding another element that can be dangerous in a neighborhood. Now, I don't know about you, I looked up the crime statistics for neighborhoods around sober houses nationwide. And the crime rates nationwide are just about equal to putting in a liquor store or a convenience store in your neighborhood. We don't have a liquor store and a convenience store on Linwood Road. Not where I live.
Can you just,
anyway,
just talk to the board and please, no comments. You will have an opportunity to come up.
We don't need to take that risk. Now, the neighbors that I've spoken to, and it's been a few, are not opposed to repurposing the nursing home into a sober house. I'm not opposed to it. My wife and my neighbors are not opposed to it. We try to be as compassionate as we can. We're in favor of helping our fellow citizens, and we want to do all that we can. What we're opposed to is bringing in enough people, or so many people, that we're risking a failure. Allowing an overcrowded facility will not only make it less likely for the residents to succeed in their recovery, it'll make it more likely for the neighborhood to fail.
Okay, Bob, thank you. The next speaker will be... You will have an opportunity.
I have to say something.
No, you don't.
Well, I'm going to say something. I would ask the board to make the comments be pertaining to zoning. We are going on discrimination here. I contacted the Attorney General this week because I was concerned.
Voice, excuse me, everybody has a voice.
That is relevant to zoning.
And we make the determination whether it's valid or not valid. It is not up to you
This
to come
board by allowing people to clap when people are saying outright discriminatory, offensive things.
Yep.
is complacency by this board. I would ask that the comments be limited to zoning concerns, and I would ask the board to please.
Peter, can you please come up here? Can you please speak to this lawyer and tell her she's had her opportunity to speak?
Okay. You'll have another opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay. I'm Peter, speaking.
Peter.
Yes, Michalakis.
Michalakis.
Yes.
Okay. And your name is?
Elena Michalakis.
Elena. Okay.
Thank you.
I reside at 49 Walnut Street, and I apologize because we just heard about the project and we came here to find out what is going on and exactly what is proposed here in the neighborhood. And first of all, I just heard about the concerns that everybody had about the parking and the traffic and everything. We already have an issue with the parking and the traffic. But my question is, they said that 34 or 40 people will live there, and you just said that they all will work. My question is, how these 40 people will move around to go to their work and back? Uber, taxis? There's not very often public transportation. So how do you suggest that you approach this issue and resolve the problem? And I would like a written answer to that. The second question that I had is, just give me a second, please.
Can we just ensure that all comments are directed to the board?
Yes, I'm sorry. It's just first time here, and
That's just for.
we did
that's
not
for
come
everybody.
prepared. We just came to find out what is going on and what the repercussion for the neighborhood is going to be. So my question, you said these
Please talk
people,
to the board.
yeah, these people, but I need the answers from them. They said that these people are in complete recovery, and the lawyer said that recovery is a lifelong process. My question is, how are these people are going to be monitored that they are recovered and they are not relapsed? Who is going to do the monitor and how often? And I would like a written answer on that too. And the third question that I have, if they propose that, if they suggest recovery is in a lifelong process, what is the purpose of this facility? Because if it's a long process and they recovered already, they can go to their house. What this facility is going to do? Thank you very much for listening. And I would like, please, to have a written answer on this. Thank you.
My name is Peter. I've been living in the city for almost 50 years. The neighborhood has been very quiet, decent people, hardworking people, and this is how we wanted to keep it. The nursing home had been there, never bothered us. Older people didn't bother us. Younger people potentially recovering can be an issue for the neighborhood. So we would like to keep it nice, quiet, and great respect to their efforts, but perhaps they can find another spot to go. Yes, another spot to go because it's densely. A lot of people are living, parking. The previous speakers spoke very, very clearly. All they said represent us, and we definitely oppose to the idea. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Peter. Demetria Deferia, is that right?
You can pass them. I'll be brief, I promise. All right, I'm Demetria DeFeria. I live right next door to the 28 Linwood Road. We've lived there for 62 years. A lot of our other neighbors have also been in the neighborhood as well from anywhere from 20 years to 80 years. And we're deep rooted in this community. And I think having that much longevity in our neighborhood proves that we have good history here. We're opposed to the sober home at 28 Linwood Road and the prospect of anywhere from 40 to 30 men. This neighborhood is a speck on the map, and I gave you a copy of the map, and there's a little triangle over there, if you can see it with two dots, and I gave you a little description on the bottom, so you can see in that little triangle is where the sober home is going to be. And we're on the other side of that, and Linwood Road is on the other side of the triangle. So, I feel like the proposed number is most certainly like an invasion to our neighborhood. I know that sounds weird, but when you just have a few people in your neighborhood and all of a sudden you have maybe 40 potential people, I don't care who they are, men, women, doesn't matter. The people in the community are very concerned. It's certainly detrimental to us as a community. And the nursing home, just to be clear, the nursing home didn't have 16 people, 12 cars in the yard. I lived there for all these years. That was actually my first job as a trade girl when I was 13. It's never been
Please talk to the board.
yeah, it's never been, the volume of employees that the former owner sent that letter to them. That's really not true at all. And I just think that it's just false. We might have had an ambulance here or there, undertaker in the middle of the night or something like that, but very low profile, very low traffic, and sometimes traffic would have like issues with parking, but we were easily able to resolve between each other with the people that might have parked in the wrong places or taken up someone else's parking spot or whatever. But we always try to work with everybody, and everybody gets along fine in a neighborhood. We're a 5-home, and this has already been said, 5-home on our street and 1 on my side, which is my house. And this battle will be daily and long-term for us with no consideration to the encompassing neighbors at all. Unfortunately, addiction businesses have, I know this not to be insulting, but there's been huge cash cows, huge profits, glorified rooming houses, dubbed sober homes. In this case, these folks, if successful and move on, this group can offer rentals and/or rooms for rent. Sounds like a lucrative game, for sure. People have voiced concerns about drug use, loud behavior, criminal activity, on and on. No way for protection on our behalf, and concerns should be, as many clients are referred by prison and jail, court as stipulation to be released. They come from drug programs, psychiatric facilities, halfway houses, etc. This is all fact. We are worried, and all of us are stressed out over this. I say to you, think how you would feel. Big business rolls into your quiet, safe neighborhood, then poof, it's not your neighborhood anymore. We're all affected by drugs and alcohol. I can never imagine this coming into our community, period. That being said, if it is moved forward, we would urge the board to limit the beds to what the nursing home had, which is, I don't know, 20 or 25, whatever the number was. No more and concessions for parking if it goes through. We do have requests for, I wrote it on the back, parking, runoff from parking lot to Linwood Road. Just to be, the parking could become an issue, but if we could just fairly all be fair with each other with runoff parking, and all deliveries enter from Linwood Road, including dumpster pickups. And if the dumpsters could please only be picked up during the day and not during the night, because between 2 and 4 is really not a good time. Because it would wake me up, but sometimes there's rodents that get into those dumpsters, and then the guys won't pick it up. That's what they did with the nursing home. They refused to come in the middle of the night because there were too many rodents in the dumpsters. And I saw them jumping out myself, so it was not very pleasant. So I would hope you will give very hard thought to our neighbors and community when you make a decision, as we have to live with this. And if they could smoke on the front porch, that would be great too. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Demetria. Dante De Faria. Is that right?
That's me. Yeah.
That's it. Okay.
Okay, I'm not going to repeat what my daughter, my wife, and my granddaughter have stated already, as far as their opinions. I am opposed to this. I do live right next door. And I've heard some proposals as far as the parking issue. And also cutting the number down to 34 beds, which I still think is a lot. And if you did 34 and you only gave 8 parking spaces, does that mean we have 26 people that are trying to manage around the neighborhood to get to and from work? How are they gonna get there? Does it affect the traffic again with Ubers, taxis, or walking the neighborhood? Not sure if anybody knows where the nearest bus stop is there. Okay, it is a little bit away from where they are located. But just to touch on a few things, I think privacy is a big issue there. If this home, or I'm sure it's probably going to go through as far as they got the federal government and the state to back them. And I'm just concerned about going forward, residents in the neighborhood, what protection do we have and what rights do we actually have as far as residents that live in that neighborhood? Okay?
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, the next one to speak would be Fred Hogan. Did he already spoke? He already spoke. Fred Hogan. AJ Capano. Thank you.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is AJ Capano. I live at 15 Spruce Road. I'm here tonight to speak in opposition. I want to be clear at the outset, as I stated at the neighborhood meeting, I am not opposed to people in recovery living in our neighborhood. I understand the importance of recovery and the importance of recovery housing. I don't believe the board should or can make a decision based on the generalized fears and assumptions about people in the recovery. And some of the opinions expressed here tonight are not the broader opinion of the neighborhood. But my concerns are with the proposal at this size, in this location, and in the R2 residential district. This is a high occupancy communal living in a neighborhood that's already sensitive to traffic, parking, pedestrian safety. I'm raising my family here. My wife is a school teacher and she walks to work. These aren't abstract concerns to me. These are real concerns. Occupancy, supervision, parking, safety, and the neighborhood compatibility. I also was able to take a look at the membership agreement. In my view, it reads less like a residential agreement and more like an institutional control document. And that matters because we're asking, or the applicant is asking the board to view this as residential housing, while the operational documents suggest something else. There's also references to overnights, and I'm not clear whether that means the residents staying out overnight or having guests at the property. If overnight guests are allowed, that's only going to increase all of the concerns that have been voiced here this evening. And I think we need to distinguish the former use of the nursing home as what's being proposed. The nursing home is licensed and highly regulated. It requires staffing, inspections, annual reviews, medical oversight, ongoing compliance, and it's very different from the recovery housing industry. There's voluntary certification, the MASH certification, and the applicant may very well be trying to operate responsibly, and I'm sure they do. But this industry just doesn't have the same mandatory oversight as nursing homes. Good operators suffer from that lack of clear regulation, and the neighborhood protections that existed with that nursing home do not automatically exist here. So for that reason, the prior home use as the nursing home shouldn't be equivalent. We need to consider residents, vehicles, staff, visitors, emergency calls, trash, everything we've talked about tonight. The zoning ordinance appears to contemplate this type of living and use by special permit in R3 and by right in R4, but this is R2. So in my view, it does not belong here at this size and in this intensity. And again, my opposition is not to people in recovery. It's the proposal as presented in this district without sufficient safeguards, and I would respectfully ask the board to deny the application as proposed and impose enforceable conditions that protect the residents and the surrounding neighborhood. Thank you.
All right, thank you, AJ. The next one is Michael Herky?
Sorry, I didn't have my glasses on when I wrote that.
Oh, okay.
For what?
And I have mine on, it's still not helping. Thank you, Michael.
I live around the corner, facility on Cedar Street. I'm opposed to this project. Basically,
coming up next.
There are safety issues, concerns. There's also parking. I'm going to give you an example of parking. I went down to parking before I got here. wait for Freeliners, which is a big, really big white van that you can walk into, sort of on next to my house, Thursday night. I was there all weekend, didn't leave till Monday morning. I get home from work yesterday, got there, and it shows up at night. Before I come to this meeting tonight, there it is again on Cedar Street, which is permanent parking. Where did this van come from? There's just an example of how there's no parking. You know, there's no parking in the neighborhood. Again, I think, can I ask, is this decision going to be made tonight?
No.
All right. I don't know if the board has had a chance to watch the last community meeting we had last month, but if not, if you could please watch that, because I don't want to rehash what I said that night. A lot of people have already said what I'd like to say also, but what I will say is, I went through a SOBR program. I went through a house, so I'm looking at this at a totally different perspective than, say, a neighborhood that's unfamiliar with the situation. You know, I have total respect for sobriety. I'm there. You know, I'm giving out some of my life story here, which I usually don't do. But, so again, bad things happen sometimes. And, you know, we talked about the clients or the residents that might come home stoned, high, drunk.
Please address them.
And they're going to get put out of the house, but they said they got put out of the house. So again, what happens at 11 o'clock at night when, nope, can't come in? What happens then? Where do they go? I didn't hear an answer to that. Parking, I think 40 beds, now 34. Well, at the meeting, it was 23. Then I heard again tonight, now it's 29. Then it goes to 22. Now it's 34. So I'm really not sure what's going on. But either way, it's too many people in the neighborhood. Too many strangers. Traffic, no cars. You got to get to work somehow. You know, it's very busy. Traffic is crazy now. You know, school, dropping your kids off, picking them up, dropping people off, picking up 40 people, 34, whatever it is. You know, that's definitely going to impact the community, no doubt. We have a safe community. We have a safe community now. It wasn't always like that. It's been up and down. It's good now. The residents in the neighborhood tend to look out for each other. I feel like this is a hotel. That's what I feel like it is. That's getting dropped in our neighborhood. I actually personally think this is disrespectful. That's how I look at it. This is a neighborhood. It's not a commercial space. It's not a commercial area. And that's what I feel is being done to us here. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Michael. Where are we at? David Ellis.
I'm David Ellis.
You guys speak in the microphone, David.
And I'm getting you a microphone.
Yes, you can.
This one okay?
Yep.
I'm David Ellis. I know more about that street than just about anybody. It's where, when there was no homes built there, I built my home there on that street. You go by, you can see that big structure there that was built. When it used to be just a dirt road going up the street, I remember that. And where I am now, my son's home from the military, and I want him to have a safe environment. I don't want, and I know the facility that we're talking about. I've been inside it many times. And when they needed help, or sidewalks taken care of in the winter or whatever, I helped them out. But this neighborhood does not need to have the large numbers of a population that you're talking about. I've seen it in the past, where those people were taken care of down in the middle of the city, not in a neighborhood. We're in a neighborhood. That's a neighborhood. The area that you're talking about putting cars in, this big area, there's nobody there that's going to have that amount of cars there. You can find a better location for something like that. And for the people that are trying to go through recovery, they deserve a better location than that. Yes, and we have a school zone there. And yep, they can go out when they want to. And we're within a school zone. Children should not have to intermingle with people that are, maybe I'll make it, maybe I'll overcome it, maybe I'll get past my addictions. When I walk down there now, or I take my police bike down there, I look in the curb, and you can see all of the drug paraphernalia. That's now. It's embarrassing to me to have to be able to say that, and to say that's where I live.
People who drive in, people who come and go. I think a lot of people here just don't want their kids to just be exposed to different elements that we don't necessarily think about. Like external factors, like people who don't live in the residence, who don't know the trash rules, who may just throw things on the lawn. Or maybe people who just come in and, you know, they get Ubers, they get taxis. There's a woman who said that she doesn't drive to work. However, we need to regard the fact that people do take taxis, Ubers.
LLC and Patriots property, along with their business, see below. Related to the above, who then are the Grace House staff referred to in the member agreement. When I asked in the public meeting if the Linhoff had sought the approval of the Lynn Historic Commission for such a project in the house built in 1900, or quite possibly before, they did not answer. I did a quick Google search of the owners. They are a property management company, www.linhoffproperties.com, and an LLC, Grace House LLC, owns the house. See attached screenshots. Mr. Linhoff's speaking engagements, where his experience is billed as from 4 units to 800, managed redefined property management. They received a community partner award in Lawrence per a post that refers to them as the largest boarding house operator in Lawrence, not recovery homes, boarding houses. Their membership agreement for residents states they will charge residents $250 per week for what in most, if not all cases, must be a bedroom shared with 1 or 2 other men. The membership agreement states that the residents may only pay their rent online. Direct bank withdrawals are free. All other payments cost the residents fee of 2.99%, $7.48 per week to pay with cards, or via cash payments made out only at one of our 4 stores with a $3.99 fee per payment. Checks and cash are not accepted by Grace House LLC. This is outrageous. All of the above have left me deeply concerned, not only for the neighborhood, but especially as a formal legal aid attorney who has represented people in recovery for the possible residents. I question how a house with men in recovery crammed into it, without many bathrooms, run by off-site managers, charging everyone $250 a week, plus possible fees for a part of a bedroom and living room, kitchen, and dining space shared with 39 or 33 other adults with limited parking, half-mile from a bus stop, and with no on-site qualified W-2 staff, could possibly create the healthy atmosphere of recovery their membership agreement states. I worry that this project is ripe for the exploitation of people in recovery who need support, space, and respect. The City of Lynn should be carefully considering such applications to ensure that they do in fact respectfully meet the needs of proposed residents in recovery and the community while balancing the needs and rights of existing residents. In addition, in my view, the proposed project, as I currently understand, it is clearly more detrimental to the neighborhood than the formal use of the house as a nursing home for elderly and disabled individuals who do not need to leave daily for work, who had meals prepared for them, and who had qualified staff on site. It will undoubtedly cause traffic on busy Walnut Road. It will result in more noise and trash, as neighbors pointed out in the public meeting, and it will change the character of this residential family neighborhood. This is a historic building which will undoubtedly be changed if it is not already been. It will impact property values of hardworking Lynn families. Lynn should be a community that, in considering such variances from its codes and standards, carefully examine the motives of people who operate such facilities and determine whether the planned use will be beneficial to the proposed residents who will actually live there and the surrounding communities who will be their neighbors, or to the LLC owners. I hope that the project is not permitted to go forward as currently proposed. Thank you for your consideration, Michelle Griffin. Should I put these people or?
Yeah, put them in, no, put them back in the folder.
All right, we've asked you to sign up for any opposing comments. Did we miss anybody? Okay, we need to come up and sign this with your name and address.
Okay.
Drink a lot of wine.
Thank you.
Of course. First, I do apologize. I didn't realize there was a sign-in list. Thank you for still letting me speak. My name is Mai. I live on 16 Amory Street, which is directly behind 28 Linwood Road. I mentioned it before. I do support recovery and mental health services. I just don't believe that this specific location and the scale of the proposal are the best interests of the neighborhood integrity. So I'm including the fact that the facilities populations between a nursing home and sober home represent fundamentally different use cases under standard zoning and operational protocols. A nursing home is categorized as a medical or institutional healthcare facility, while a sober home is classified as a residential zoning. The capacity increase proposal from, I know it's 34 now, but from 40, whereas the previous nursing home had a licensed capacity of 22. Is a large increase. And in terms of the distinction between a nursing home and a group home, unlike a nursing home's residents who typically remain indoors, whereas the 40, now 34 residents will be going in and out actively and creating foot traffic inconsistent with the quiet residential neighborhood. There's also a higher frequency of turnover among residents in a sober home than a nursing home. The street is already tight and the proposed parking spots are insufficient. There are concerns regarding where visitors will park and whether residents will occupy limited street parking on Linwood Road or Amory Street, impacting current residents' ability to access their driveways, especially in winter. The 40-person, now 34 capacity exceeds the typical household size of the surrounding single to double family homes, placing undue pressure on the local infrastructure designed for low density use and increasing noise levels. So in terms of supervision, we talked about it. We have concerns that the facility would be void of someone who has specialized training to manage a voluntary admit population. Residents have witnessed loitering, littering, and high police activity at similar facilities. There is no strict screening process. This solely relies on one person and their feelings towards an individual. There's nothing written in stone on the requirements to join the program, but there is, of course, we know a little spiel on what is required to remain in the program. The owners have stated a desire to be part of the community, but they did fail to introduce themselves or engage with the residents prior to even the first zoning meeting. Their lack of consideration for the neighborhood makes the current lack of interest in further communication unsurprising. They were asked to have the parking and easement situated before this meeting with a plan for parking, trash, snow removable, etc., which they don't have, which now postpones this decision once again. They do not have experience in a densely populated neighborhood. They rely on their experience with Will House in Beverly, which resides on an open main street with a large parking lot and only one residential home next to it, compared to the number of residents directly near 28 Linwood Road. This is mentioned before, a very long-term, close-knit neighborhood filled with families and retirees who have lived here for years. The transition expected is to negatively impact overall community cohesion. Ultimately, the impact on the neighborhood is a shift from a passive medical institutional presence to an active, high-density residential one. This change is substantially more detrimental to the existing non-conforming use to the neighborhood and should not move forward. The primary concern for the community remains the stability of the local environment. When deciding, please evaluate the effectiveness, appropriateness, and potential impact of the surrounding area.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else? Okay. Oh, yes? Okay.
My name's Kevin Shannon. I'm 71 years old. All 71 years I've lived in and around the property. I spent 50 years up on Pine Hill, and I bought the house on Grove Street, which is 20 houses from the nursing home, 15 houses from Tracy. I went to Tracy in the 5th and 6th grade 55 years ago. My son currently goes to Tracy right now. From what I understand, the success rate for recovery is like 40 to 60%, and 75% of those people are long-term. I don't want my son interacting with that 25%. 40 people is too many. 20 residents, I can say, okay, it's out of the goodness of somebody's heart. But 40 residents is money-making, and I don't see the need for that many. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah. Okay. Just as a quick observation point, how many people in this room are opposed to this project, no matter what? No matter what? Okay, how many people would be in favor of this project if the number would be greatly reduced? Say, back down to 22, where the nursing home was. Okay? Does that? Okay, thank you. What is the wish of the board?
I don't think we have enough information. We need a parking plan.
So we need to continue, correct? Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
16.
How long do you need to prepare the information?
Four weeks?
When's our meeting in July? We have a summer schedule, so.
July 7th.
July 7th?
Do we have one that week?
No. The last week, the last week in July.
Yeah.
Where's that?
21st.
July 21st.
July 21st?
Yeah, that's our.
That would be the next meeting? We need to
Yes.
June 16th, but we can't make
June 16th.
Also, I wanted to give you, I'm sorry I didn't say it before, but I wanted to give you an opportunity to come back to the mind and do any others that you need to do.
We've all been here a long time, and I know that there's other matters, so I was just, there were a few comments this evening that that were made, and they're based, I think, on not knowing the most recent submittals. So just to clarify, and the board has this in front of them, though, but we did address the proximity to public transportation. There are 2 bus stops for the 429 line within a 5-minute walk. It's 0.25 to 0.3 miles away from the property. And then the 450 bus, I believe it is approximately a half a mile away. And we provided with our submittal today the number of buses that run, the times, the weekday, the Saturday, the Sunday schedule, as well as the routes for the 429 specifically, because that is the closest. Likewise, people obviously can walk to work or ride their bikes. And again, for anyone that is unaware, we had made a commitment that it would be within the documentation, within part of the contract of the tenancy, if you will, limiting the number of cars. So there would not be an ability for the people. We've proposed to have 8 cars, and after that, no one is allowed to come. They won't, if they have a car and they want to live there, they have to choose. They live there or they have a car. They don't get both. And so I think that I just wanted to address those comments that were made that were based on somewhat of misinformation. And with that, I think there is, if the board would indulge me for one moment, though, to have a different perspective. There's one of the managers from the Will House who came this evening. There were a number of members from the Will House that came, but if one of the managers from the Will House would like to say a couple words, if that's okay with the board.
Just one quick thing. You mentioned riding bikes. If you're putting together a plan, let us know if there'll be storage for bikes within the building, safe storage. What's your plan?
Make sure bike racks.
Yeah. However you want it.
Yeah.
Good evening. My name is Tim Carter. I'm a current resident and current manager over at the Will House. I've resided over at the Will House for over 3 years. I've been in continuous sobriety and recovery over that 3 years. The last 2 years, I've been privileged to manage the Will House. In my experience there, I have seen people come and go. That is part of living in a sober house, but we have a very good record. Currently, our residency is, I believe, over 60% of our residents have resided at our house for at least a year or longer. We have a current waiting list for people who do want to come live at our house. We have a waiting list for people who do live at the house. They own a car, but they are not allowed to park their car at our house because we only have a certain amount of parking spaces for our home, and that's all we allow. So those people do not have cars. We have public transportation. Many of our residents come and go through walking, riding a bike. Big thing now is the little scooters with the batteries. Everyone loves those. But our residents who currently live in the home, their fathers, their mothers, in female houses, but in our home we have fathers, brothers, sons. These people are the same people that, everyone in this room calls their family. Fathers feel safe and comfortable bringing their children into our home. In our home in Beverly, there's constantly children riding by on bicycles, walking to the store because the Stop and Shop is right around the corner. So there's constant foot traffic of children, and that has never been an issue. I can honestly say today, I don't know that I would have continued to stay sober without the type of structure that they have in the Will House. It's a very strict, structured program. People who come to our house are coming there voluntarily, looking for that structure. Not abiding by our structure has always been grounds for dismissal in our residence. We take it very seriously. We operate in a 12-step home. So we abide by 12-step principles in our home. We have neighbors. It's been mentioned that the home is on a busy street, but right around the corner is a densely populated residential street. And I could probably say that most of those neighbors don't even know that we operate as a sober home in their neighborhood. So that's about all I have for this evening. Thank you for the chance to speak.
Thank you.
Okay. So we need to make a motion.
So I make a motion to continue to June 16th.
Second? I have Mario and then Okay. You ready? Okay. Member Maggio, to continue?
Yes, continue.
Member Lopez Hernandez, to continue?
Yes, to continue.
Member Gilrain, to continue?
Yes, to continue.
Member Olson?
Yes, to continue.
And Member Crowitz? Yeah. Want to take a break for a second?
Take a 5-minute break.
Go. You need it.
Oh, thank you. Okay. Let's call this meeting back to order. The next case here is 29 Ford Street.
Case number 10144, 29 Ford Street, Lynn, Massachusetts, parcel number 071249033, petitioner Elmer Ventura, 29 Ford Street, Lynn, Mass, by her agent representative Dargan Fortuna, DBA 10144. To petition pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 40A, Section 6 and Section 5 of the Lynn Zone Ordinance for a finding to permit the conversion of a pre-existing non-conforming single-family into a two-family dwelling in the two-family residential R2 zoning district, as the petitioner is seeking to increase the height of the property within a required setback. Mass General Law, Chapter 40, Section 6 states pre-existing non-conforming structures or uses may be extended or altered, provided that no such extension or alteration shall be permitted unless there is a finding by the permit granting authority that such change, extension, or alteration should not be substantially more detrimental than the existing non-conforming use to the neighborhood. To vary pursuant Mass General Law, Chapter 48, Section 3 and Section 10, the provisions of the City of Lynn Zone North to allow the conversion of a single-family home into a two-family dwelling in the two-family residential R2 zoning district. This property contains 2,302 square feet, where 3,750 square feet is required. The lot contains 1,151 square feet of lot area, where 2,375 square feet is required. Off-street parking spaces measure only 18 feet in length, where 22 feet is required. The plans show inadequate internal circulation for parking. The lot has 38 feet of frontage, where 45 feet is required. The lot does not satisfy the impervious lot coverage requirement of 65%. A minimum front setback of 10 feet is required, where the building is set back only 3.6 feet. A minimum setback of 10 feet is required, and the westerly side lot is 3.7 feet. A 15-foot rear setback is required, and the structure is 10.7 feet from the rear lot line. The variance request requires the zoning board of appeals to specifically find that owing to circumstances related to the soil condition, shape, or topography of such land or structures, and especially affecting such land or structures, but not affecting generally the zoning ordinance in which it is located, a literal enforcement of the provisions of the ordinance would involve substantial hardship, financial or otherwise, to the petitioner, and that desirable relief may be granted without substantial detriment to the public good and without nullifying or substantially derogating from the intent or purpose of such ordinance, and find that such change is not substantially more detrimental to the neighborhood.
May I proceed?
Did you sign in? We need your name and your...
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Darwin Fortuna. I'm a licensed architect, business address 50 Grove Street in Salem, Mass. I am here to represent Mr. Elmer Ventura on this project. I wanted to first pass around, we have 13 letters of support. Here we have 10, 3 are on my printer, I rushed here, but I can get them to you guys. Those are there. I also have copies of presentations that can pass around to the chair.
Yeah, there's different people on all these. Yeah.
Before I start, we want to correct a couple of things. We are actually, I believe that the denial letter is referencing probably an older survey. when you get the survey around, you're gonna see it, because we are actually complying with the lot coverage. So that's actually, has been amended or updated throughout the process. Another thing I want to kind of correct, the way that it's phrased, it makes it look like we are increasing the setbacks. The setback combinations are permitted. They're all by right. Oh, yes. Well, I have one.
Here, you can take this one. Yeah, I can take that one back.
I'm a hard copy guy.
So that's that one thing. We actually managed to make sure that the coverage is being met, and the combination of the setbacks are actually being met. So there's no issue there. And the way that's phrased when it comes to increasing the height of the nonconformity, the height of the building is remaining as it is. So the height's actually not changing on the building itself. So I actually try to not correct Mr. Paul, but the way that it was phrased, it could look like we are actually making this way taller than what it is, and not meeting a lot of the requirements. The parking is a concern, so we're not meeting that. So I just wanted to correct those two items. So the height is not being changed, and the lot coverage is not a problem. The use is a by right use. So this is a residential district where 2 units are allowed. So there's no issue there. With that said, I'm going to walk you through the project. So the property currently looks like this, as you would see on the second page. It's got some Nantucket dormers on one side, and it has an interesting jog. It's a very small lot. That's being a hardship actually compared to all of the lots around the neighborhood. All we're doing is essentially utilizing that right now will be an attic into a full story by virtue of creating a dormer and providing means of egress. We are actually making some improvements to the property when it comes to light and ventilation, ensuring that all of the basement, the attic, every space has light and ventilation and proper means of egress. To that degree, it doesn't really affect much. I was actually shocked when I saw this rendering these days. We can do some interesting things, because when I looked at it, I was like, that looks really, really good. Like if it was actually there right now, but it's not. We actually adding dormers in there. So that's it. You could see the plot plan. All that's changing is basically that you would see is infilling that little square, which is aligning with the space, and is to provide a deck. And then everything else that's happening is beyond the ground. And we're providing these 3 parking spots. I would say, I guess on a more sober note versus the previous project, this request for parking is very reasonable. It's not humongous. We have 3 spots in here in tandem, but they're 9 by 18 versus the required. But cars do fit properly in there. There's not an issue there.
I'm not sure you can stack your spaces if you have more than one. I don't think you can stack your spaces like that.
Like tandem, yeah. Well, that's why we're asking for relief. We're trying it like that. We're asking for parking relief because we do not have the parking relief. Now, this is in a very urban area, and most of the work that's happening is actually at the roof level with the unit. This is a by right use, so we're not asking for a change of use that wouldn't be allowed otherwise. So it would be detrimentally hurting this particular property to not be able to become a 2-family. As you guys know, we do have a housing crisis, but I also fight a lot against the non-dignified housing because we don't want to put people in certain boxes that are 900 square foot. This is an actual proper unit with proper size. That's why we're not going after an ADU in any way, shape, or form, although we could, and we could easily get that granted. We're actually just going for a full unit within this. There's nowhere to go other than up in here, but we're not going up to the 35 feet. We're keeping the 24 feet. So nothing is really changing when it comes to height, shadows, light and ventilation, things like that. And the layouts are, pretty straightforward. The density is not really maximized in a outrageous manner. So we have 2 bedrooms on the first floor, and we have some bedrooms on the lower floor, which is generally remaining as it is. Most of the work's happening all the way on the attic, so making that ideal.
Madam Chair, I have a question real quick related to what we received as part of the packet is a zoning determination letter that you received presumably, which is the opinion of Mr. Poole. You mentioned here that there might be some incongruencies between what it was seen from the Inspectional Services Department versus what is being proposed and clarifications. Can you talk to that a little bit? Because most of the neighbors and abutters received a certain type of description of the project, and if there are incongruencies, I'm a little bit concerned that the public isn't receiving the most up-to-date information.
Now, to that end, and through the chair, to that end, you will be absolutely right, but what we're rectifying is actually lesser of a hardship than what was shared with the neighbors. So if they will be outraged by the fact that this is being increased in height, and they come here and they realize it's actually not going above the 24, it's actually lesser of a hardship or lesser of a request that would get them rattled about.
This is the initial set of plans that we're reviewing here. Is that different from what was seen or proposed to Mr. Poole?
It is the same. I think that there were multiple submissions and we actually missed the deadline twice for reasons beyond me. But it is the same. It just probably as they were reading the plot plan, they misunderstood some of the numbers. But the lot coverage is not being exceeded. So it is within the 65%.
Madam Chair, can I ask Mr. Poole to just also comment on this to make sure that we're clear in terms of we have the same level of information, if that's okay?
Yeah, because he's asking for parking relief, but he's also asking for setback relief. And there's
This is very straightforward.
Yeah.
Chris
to the mic.
Ordinance Officer.
Come up to the mic.
I'm sorry, Chris Poole, Ordinance Officer for the city. I issued a zoning determination. There's a number of issues. They are increasing the building height with any setback requires a special permit. They're increasing the back of the building. They're increasing the side of the building. Changing from an A-frame to a full dormer requires a special permit. The lot area per dwelling unit is less than half of what's required. So if this petition came before you a year ago, you would have required a 12,000 square foot lot. Doesn't even meet the minimum lot requirement. It does not meet the lot area per dwelling unit. There's no factual basis upon which to grant the petition. There's nothing wrong with the shape of the lot, the topography, soil conditions. There's really nothing. So the zone ordinance exists. They compress the density significantly. This still does not meet the zone ordinance requirement. There's no basis upon which to grant a variance.
Thank you.
So to add to that, as I was looking at this lot, a hardship on this, look at all the lots around the neighborhood, look at that lot being a misfit lot. And a hardship is when a lot is not congruent with the rest of the other lots in such a way that this owner will not be able to take the maximum use and advantage of this particular lot, and it's being actually against. So that's not of this law. This law would have not been approved as a lot today. That's correct. It's an existing non-conforming property. But this is not increasing the non-conformity by increasing the footprint on the size. It's just going right up within the 35 height. That said, we could go back and essentially go before the ISD and get an ADU in there, no problem. Nothing will change. We'll be here for the same dormant condition. We're just asking for that accommodation, but it would really be a pretty straightforward petition. That's the case for most lots in here. In fact, we have an attorney here that I love very much, who has said that the changes in the zoning code basically has made it that nobody meets the requirements of the lot coverage and a lot of the lot coverage. So it's basically that we're saying two things when it comes to wanting more housing and dignifying housing. One thing is wanting to do it. The other thing is what does it actually mean when you do it. And this is what it means. We're not making anything outrageous. We're not making anything humongous. One thing I wanted to point out also, which actually didn't sit well with me, is the fact that as soon as we began this process, we submitted for this project, Mr. Elmo Ventura got a citation for the project for not registering this property as an actual investment property. He's a resident of Lynn, a long-time resident of Lynn. But here's the thing: when he came to pay for that citation, the property hadn't even moved to his name. So he was already cited. We're talking about enforcement all the way through the court without even properly owning the property, because we were already doing the project knowing that this was going to be closing, we were going to be done with it. So he was already being cited. And that's what I call regulation by enforcement, rather than walking the walk and talking the talk with us and helping us make sure that people comply, which they all want to do. Those letters of support, by the way, are basically the neighbors and people that live in Lynn saying, yeah, I don't see anything problematic with this in any way, shape, or form. They are being infected. Those are the citizens of Lynn. Those are the people that get to say it, and they don't see this being outrageous. Now, if it was 4 stories, 5 stories, complete bizarre petitions, I wouldn't even be here. This is, to me, very reasonable improvement of the property. to the highest and best use. Within, again, if you look at the radius of all the lots in this entire area, that particular lot, that sandwich there, is the smallest lot in all of them. That's a condition that's inherent to that particular lot. There's nothing we can do.
And that's why it's
I have one final question, Madam Chair. The plans that we just received, are these the most up to date? Have they been shared before today with the board, or is this the first time that is being shared with us?
This is, it has some additional graphics to illustrate, but the plot plan is the same, the floor plans are the same. Yes, we have a new diagram that I added, is the one with the green, basically showing this green right here with the cars. It's just showing what we're actually touching within the property. That was added.
Thank you.
Can we have that, please, for the folder? Thank you so much.
Does the board have any other questions?
Do I have a parking plan?
There is one there, Cheryl stacked, one behind the other.
It's a third sheet, a fourth sheet, I think.
And it's the nature of them being stacked, not the size of each stall that you're seeking relief for, right? The stalls are within the appropriate size?
Exactly. They do fit cars normal. I mean, I looked at different cars.
It's the smaller car though, it's not dimensioned for like a van or a
So it is
SUV or a.
So I'll tell you the car that it fits. If it's Honda City, Toyota Corolla, Tesla Model 3, Toyota Camry, Honda Accord, Tesla Model Y, Toyota RAV4, which is a Honda CR-V, Ford Explorer, Chevrolet Tahoe, which is a big car, and a Ford F-150. So it fits sedans, compact SUV, mid-size SUV, and most crossovers we use.
But it's two families stacking all those.
What's the width of the existing driveway?
Can you see that?
I don't have the size of the system driveway. Like again, I don't have the size.
So I'm just looking.
It's getting a little bit bigger, but yes.
So I can see this is just generated on the second page. Are those actual photographs?
Those are the second page is actual photographs. Yes.
Okay. So I see on the right side of the building, on the left side of the driveway, there's some landscaping there. I don't know what that is. Some bushes, rhododendron. It's hard to see what it is. Evergreens, and it looks like you're proposing to put in some window wells.
Yes, we are.
You need to fix
That's space.
Yes, we are.
So it looks like you're shifting the driveway to accommodate those?
That's correct. We're leaving about 1.5 to 2 feet to accommodate for the window wells, and we're shifting the driveway slightly. Yes.
What about the bulkheads? What do you do with the bulkhead?
And then so
the bulkhead is at the rear, so we don't have a bulkhead there. Those are just window wells for light and ventilation from the bedrooms.
Okay, so when they open the door on the driver's side, okay, before I would kind of land in the bushes, now it's gonna bang off the window well wall.
No, it wouldn't, because those window wells, you're seeing them as three-dimensional elements that extend over 3 feet, but they don't.
Okay.
They actually don't extend. In fact, if they did, they would have to be considered within the setbacks as a building. They don't extend beyond.
And are you looking to change the curb cut?
So we're shifting it to the right slightly. So that's growing a little bit to accommodate the requirements. Again, we're making it better than what it currently is, because that driveway is very tight. So we're making it a lot better than what it currently is. I know some, if there's anything we could do to appease any concerns, I am willing to do so. We're willing to work with you. And if there's anything, any neighbor that have said anything about it, we'll be more than happy to speak with them and work through them with this. This is just increasing that story above.
What's on the right side? You got a house there. Which way does that face?
On the right or the left?
The right side facing the house, on the corner of Ford and Boulder Street.
So that would be, okay, so that, you mean,
On the corner. You have it? Like a street view of it?
So all of these lots, if we were to be looking at them through the lens of the lot right now, would not exist. If we were to say, all lots that don't meet the minimum requirements should not exist. We will have no buildings in this area whatsoever. They wouldn't exist. It's like if we said, we don't allow, pardon to say it like that, we don't allow anybody overweight like me, I wouldn't exist, unfortunately.
So there's actually a utility pole there to the right of the driveway.
Does anybody else have any questions?
Are there any measures being contemplated to address the lack of green space since the zoning code changed now? There is a specific variable related to green space or addressing stormwater runoff. Is there any measures there being contemplated right now in the design, trying to address that?
As we currently have it, we wanted to have conversations with the zoning enforcement officer to discuss like permeable pavers or ways that we could make it a little bit better and mitigate it. That's why we also left like open stairs instead of enclosing anything or covering anything. And we then leave space even at the back because we couldn't have the parking all the way to the edge. So we wanted to leave some green space there. So if you were to consider the parking and we could make it more permeable, that would be, we could do that.
Another one is in terms of snow storage, that there's a long driveway. Is there any space where snow might be stored? Is that identified, or do you believe it's apt? Enough space plus the dumpsters? Yeah.
Now, if you're talking like that, it sounds like a multi-family 20-unit building where I always consider dumpsters, big dumpsters. We consider snow as a, but this is just increasing 1 unit. So I would say it's prudent to say that this is just what everybody else is doing already next door and to the left and to the right. But we could accommodate for more green space. We could accommodate for more permeable pavers to make it a little bit, breathe a little bit more. I would say we could do that. I wouldn't know. We then leave 2.8, almost 3 feet to the right of the entire property, next to the closest abutting property on the right. So that's all we have there. Thankfully, we're not all the way to the actual property line. So
the reason why I'm considering the snow, and even though it's just 1 unit, it may not be seen as a significant increase. It's just that the driveway is considerably less versus what is being proposed. So that additional space of occupancy by parking is considerable, and it's not just a small change.
And that's what I mean by a byproduct of, okay, you get housing, you gotta got parking. You have parking, you have to have driveway. You have to have driveway, well, you have to have green space. So it's really, it's a balancing act. So anything you would suggest to us, we're open. And if you guys, this board doesn't feel comfortable with any motion now, we would be more than happy to continue it and actually address any concerns in any possible way. I couldn't find one when we were going through this. As much as I like to think I'm a magician, I'm actually just an architect.
Any other questions?
Yeah, I'm just trying to follow your zoning table here. The maximum impervious lot coverage. So impervious is required 65% impervious in this area? Am I reading that right?
That's right. And we are 63.
Okay. And then 63 impervious.
63 before you laid concrete for the...
So we are right now 48. We're going to 63.
So you're increasing it, but you're within the...
Exactly.
We're within that difference? Is that how you interpret that, Mr. Poole? Okay, thank you.
That's exactly why we're here. I mean, that's why you wrote this letter. This is existing non-conforming structure within a two-family district that we are making a two-family where make it fit in within the district where it is.
So
Are there any other questions?
So then maximum parking area 15%, existing's 11, and you're increasing it to 23%.
Yeah, you see the give and take, permeable coverage versus parking.
Yes. How many bedrooms are in the second unit, or each unit? Two?
Total, how many bedrooms? 4?
Probably both 2 bedrooms.
So we have 2 bedrooms on the first unit. And we have 2 bedrooms on the second unit.
So the second floor will be a 2-bedroom, single-level apartment.
Yes.
The first floor and the basement will become the other unit.
That's right. This is also designed so that it will never ever be tried to become a 3. So this is a dead end to how much you could do on this particular lot. That's as far as you will go. One thing I wanted to comment to is that most of my letters, if not all, come from a demographic that typically doesn't write letters and doesn't like to show up. Most of them are Latinos. There's one actually Caucasian that I love that guy. But most of them are people that wouldn't even process their voice. They wouldn't be here talking against or in favor. They wouldn't do anything. They're very sad because my family is part of that group too, and I am. But it's people that don't really ever express any support because they don't like to be looked at as pro or con anything. I don't want any trouble. We're good. But they actually wrote these letters, and they could come if we continue this to another hearing if you weren't able to make a positive resolution. But this is actually very commendable. Emily Ventura is an underdog Latino grinder, investor on his own city. He invests in Lynn. Which is not somebody else from Beverly or somewhere else trying to invest in Lynn. I think that we should encourage people to invest in their neighborhoods, in their places, because the property value affects them. These neighborhoods affect them. They matter to them. So often we have to balance all of it. It's like, okay, impervious area and the size of the parking, you can still fit 3 cars. Not everybody has an SUV. I don't. But we have units that are dignifying versus sardine boxes that are 900 square feet. Okay. I would go, because this is not like, it's like the NIMBY concept. We want housing, but not in my backyard.
I'm just looking at this lot in the surrounding neighborhood, like, everybody has a little yard, little off-street parking, their house, whether it's a 1 or a 2 family, but there's outdoor space for people to relax. The current houses that exist now is a 1.5 story single family. You got room for 2 cars to park. There's some open space in the back to have quality of life. When I look at the proposed plan, I feel like I'm looking at a 10-pound bag with 11 pounds of potatoes in it. It looks overstuffed to me, like too much crammed in there. And and I can understand why it doesn't meet the zoning, because it's not really true to the character of this. If you're gonna put 2 families, like, where's their life? They're gonna.
So those decks,
their life is looking out the window.
Yeah, they have decks all around for egress purposes, but those decks become kind of an extension of your living situation. Now, if we wanted to have green space, we could go all the way to Buckford, and that's minimum 3-acre lots. That's a different story. But this is an urbanized area within Lynn. It's not the suburbs. It's a pretty active area of Lynn. And it's 2 bedrooms. It's not 3 or 4 bedrooms. It's not really humongous.
This is a reduced lot, and I think the property was developed to match the scale of what the lot is, and looking at what's there. I mean, that's just my opinion of it.
So it's your concern the amount of units more than anything else? So if we were to come here and just do those governments to make this a big house, single family, you would be cool with that? I'm just trying to.
Yeah, less people.
Okay.
Less parking requirements.
Yeah, it's less density of people trying to live and have a quality of life, and yeah.
Now, what would you do with the ADUs then? If this was an ADU, I know we don't like, I don't like hypotheticals, but if this was an ADU, which is kind of an allowed use by right.
I don't know.
We don't have the lot for an ADU.
Yeah.
There's a lot for it.
Yeah.
I would need a variance anyway, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that's just my opinion, and the board would have to vote on.
I don't think I'd go with that argument saying less people. A 4-bedroom is a 4-bedroom.
Yeah.
Whether it's
For parking requirements.
for the parking requirement, that's one thing. But as he said, as he's talking about trying to mass the structure, you could fit 8 people into it as a single family. It could be a larger. So
Yeah, you would have.
I wouldn't go with that argument as much as I understand with a 2-family. I understand your argument saying it's a hardship, but the purchase of the lot was the purchase of lot.
Yeah, I know.
You can't come back and say, I purchased a small lot, I purchased a hardship.
I know.
But by that definition, it's kind of like, you have to weigh out what you're doing.
Now, when you also buy a lot that has a big crazy slope, which is a condition, you purchase a lot also, right?
That's topography.
But that you purchase the lot, so the nature of the lot is that way.
But that's what you understand of purchase. You can't come back and say, I can by right, because it's an R2, I can do this. It's like, no, we have all the other zoning rules to go with it. You're already encroaching across setbacks, and while the design is beautiful, if the lot was bigger, go for it. But my concern is when you're taking volume up, it's one thing to be 12 feet off the ground and you're right there on the setback. It's another thing to be 24 feet off the ground and you're over the setback.
You know, it is within the 24. It's not going up any higher than what it currently is. I know it looks more because of the dormers, but it's actually not going higher.
You're not going higher, but you're already over the setback and you are going up over the setback. So I'm saying you're maintaining your footprint. So, and I'm sorry, I've been studying your plans. And again, the plans look great. My concern is when I look at the site. And the back of the unit, which is where your 5-foot setback and the back of the unit steps closer. It looks like you're only maybe 1.5 feet away from, is that? Sorry, I have to pull the glasses back on. Yeah. Is that the 1.3 feet? Is that the
left side? It's
Yeah.
1.3, yeah.
So that 1.3 feet, you're going up to that second story in that area. So that is, I mean, part of our zoning is to protect the neighbors.
Which then show up today, by the way, but yes.
But, and they may have said it's okay, but neighbors say it's okay all the time. As public officials, we think about fire, we think about police, we think about all sorts of things. Because part of this is it will, if that has something go wrong, it's over the property line, it could potentially do damage to a neighbor that nobody can foresee. So that's where our concerns come in. It's not just a case of everybody says it's beautiful, everybody says it's okay. That's why we have our town and we look at these zones.
Just so you know, the neighbor you're talking about, there's not a building there. There's a big buffer between the two. It's not a building.
So is that his side property?
Yep. The way that it is a corner lot. The other one's a corner lot. This is a sandwich between two corner lots.
Right. So somebody split 32 and 33 at some time.
Yeah.
That's what happened. Because you can see it in your map. But here's the issue. That's his side lot or that's his back lot? Of that one neighbor who said there's no building there.
It's his size. His size.
So
yeah.
he's allowed by right to come this way. By you going up, you're stopping him from doing something in the future. It's basically who came first come, first served, is the way you're approaching this. So property 34 potentially cannot expand to his coming your way because if he comes in here, we're gonna look at that and say, well, we're not gonna put two buildings that close together.
Now that's it. It's, you know, I love those words, by the way, back there. The rules that you guys have, that's beautiful. Because this is the democracy, right? So if I was to take down that dormer all the way to the left, this looks less of a humongous intrusion. We could make a smaller one-bedroom unit on the attic, and we can revise those plans and continue, and would that appease that left side setback problem? The parking still is a problem, but we also pin down the fact that if we make this into a big single-family home, which we could, we would still have enough people to have cars. So that problem would still be water under the bridge. It wouldn't really matter.
I'm just looking at if there's a fire towards the rear of the building and the firemen show up and there's 3 cars back there, they can't get to the rear of the building. They can't fight the fire. They can't rescue anybody there.
And they couldn't do anyway. Just so you know, regardless of what it is, that's an existing condition of all.
No, there's 2 cars parked there now, and there's more space to the right, because you're kicking the driveway over to the right. Right now, there's more space to the right. The fireman can come up the right side, go through the backyard, and get there. So, to me...
It made the driveway bigger so that a truck could actually get in. So now the truck wouldn't be able to get in. It would have to go through the trees. You wouldn't really be able to do that. So the argument, I don't think is valid in that case. Yeah. A fireman would not ever be able to go there. I would like us to try to work together into address X. So the dormer all the way at the left, we could address the dormer all the way at the left. Goes. I can do magic on that. So that reduces the problem with the abutting property on the left. because I feel like we are speaking for the neighbors that aren't here, and that's great, but there's also neighbors that do, they speak in favor, and they profess their voices. So I would say, so if that's a problem with the left dormers, we can make that work. If there's a problem with livability of space, maybe there's a way we can create more deck space or some way of giving more, we can't give birth to more land, that's unfortunate. That's why we have a pricing with housing. We cannot give birth to more land. Every property has to serve its purpose and more.
Does anybody have any other questions? No? Is anybody here anybody else here in favor of this project that would like to speak? Anybody here opposed to this project who would like to speak? Okay, what is the wish of the board?
I'll make a motion to deny.
Second?
Would I ask for a continuance so that we could address those comments that the board mentioned? Or there's nothing that you guys would see that ever will make this possible?
Personally, I mean, I can only speak for myself, but I don't see how you can make this property a two-family home. I just don't see. I mean, physically it works on the paper. I'm talking about it melding into the community and into the neighborhood and everybody being very comfortable. And I know you got a lot of letters supporting it, but I don't know that they actually understand all the things you're going to be doing.
Dormers and basement renovation?
Yeah, we try to be consistent on the board and how we look at things, and to me, this sets a wrong precedent.
Now, question, if possible, through the board to the CBA zoning enforcement officer, Mr. Paul. What are the regulations as it relates to ADUs for this particular property? So if I was to come before the ISD requesting to turn this into an ADU, what would be the difference on that end? So I know we've mentioned that it wouldn't even comply on that.
Plans, the determination would depend on a number of things, including square footage of the ADU in relation to the largest part of the principal. Off-street parking was still be 3 spaces. We can increase the
So there's no parking relief when it comes to ADUs?
1 space. So a single family requires 2, ADU requires 1, same number of spaces. But yeah.
So it would be 3 spaces? Okay. All right. We can make a humongous home within this footprint without changing it. That seems like the only highest and best use of this.
I know that there's a motion and
You can amend it or.
a second. I'm open to either a continuance or I'm also open to given I know that if we make a decision to deny, there is a lock-in period of 3 years, and that's also weighing in my mind. I'm also open to letting the applicant
withdraw
without prejudice as an option, and also have them consider that as an option as well.
Definitely an option.
So,
I'm also concerned as you are with precedent setting.
yeah,
Because we're just starting with this new zoning laws, and if we're already amending them, I mean, we're already changing them, it's like crazy.
so,
Made them.
so what he's suggesting is, rather than us voting on this, to allow you to withdraw the thing entirely without prejudice, which allows you to come back for whatever you might want to do on the property. Try to address some of this stuff more differently, because I think the way it is, I don't think you're gonna get the vote. But what it does do is it allows you to come, if we vote on it, we say, no, you can't come back with any plan for 3 years. So that's what he's trying to convey to you.
It's a good thought.
So, I'd be willing to amend the motion to allow you to withdraw if that's what you would like, you and your client would like to do.
Just wanted to.
Which means you'd have to reapply.
Podemos optar para otra cosa, pero están ya seteados en eso. So, sí, también. que ellos tengan los que tienen disponibles simplemente para crear un negocio pequeño y esperanzados. Una familia grande. Right. So we wish to withdraw without prejudice.
Okay, so I'll amend that motion to withdraw.
And I said, yep,
Do I need to withdraw it or just amend it?
you amended it.
Okay. So to make
We'll
sure I'm
have a
following
big
Robert's
one
rules.
family there. Thank you. Ben.
Member Maggio to withdraw the purchase Gilvain.
Yes.
Member Lopez Hernandez.
Yes, to withdraw without prejudice.
Member Olson to withdraw.
Yes, to withdraw without prejudice.
And Member Powers to withdraw without prejudice.
Thank you for that suggestion.
Yes, thank you very much. Okay, the next case we're going to hear is 206 Ocean Street, and I will be recusing myself from.
You leaving?
No, I'm okay.
Finally, something I can see.
I know what you're talking about.
Somebody likes paper.
I don't have one in Braille, I'm sorry.
Well, I thank you for your patience and your persistence. As usual, this proposal has been shaped by the input of the board previously and the neighbors. I'm Attorney Vitale. With me is Ted Coronas. I represent the Coronas Family Revocable Trust. Also with us is Tony Whitman, who's a building consultant that was hired. And I know there are new members, so let me indulge and go back a little bit in history. About the property. The property is on the corner of Grosvenor and Ocean Street. I'd always defer, but Terry's not here. Oh, my geometry, it's either a trapezoid or a rhomboid. It's the regular shape, I'll just say that. And it's shown in that big drawing, but I brought sets of drawings because what I don't see attached to that is an inquiry that we had. And one of the reasons I brought us here is that the block was non-conforming under the old zone ordinance because it didn't have the requisite frontage and lot size. In January of 2024, there was a huge fire. Fortunately, no one was hurt. It was over $500 million in damage. Property was destroyed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And thereafter, promptly, what was undertaken was to demolish the building that had been virtually destroyed in the fire and to seek approval to reconstruct the building. In the interim, what's happened is that the zoning ordinance changed. So it's non-conforming under the new zone ordinance, not because of frontage lot size, but there's this requirement about pervious lot coverage. And it's my understanding it's something like 96% of the homes in the city don't satisfy that requirement. And this one is the one that does not as well. The building first needed to get resolved with the insurance company. And one of the reasons that we're here is the insurance settlement required that an added emergency egress be put on the property, which is really not a zoning matter, but a building code matter. And it was undertaken to do that. This is a 1920 stately Victorian home, long before there was zoning in the city of Lynn. And so when they undertook to satisfy the building code, they ran into the second issue, which is the building code in 2025 is a lot different than it was in 1920. So you can't restore the building to what it was previous to the fire because it doesn't satisfy the current code. So with respect to the renovations, a building permit was sought.
and approved, and then thereafter, the building department indicated that the owners of the property needed a variance. The reason for that is that in part, in the rear yard, as the deck was raised to go to the third floor, another building code issue arose. And this was a conflict between the fire department and the building department about the use of a spiral staircase. But ultimately, it was resolved that under the building code, a spiral staircase is permitted. It was undertaken to do that, but the work stopped because the building department said, you need, because in part, you violate by maybe 2.5 feet the rear yard with a portion of the deck, you need a variance. What this is really about is about people. This building, for many years, was owned by the Catholic Charities, and it was used as a home for individuals with special needs. And that brings me to why I represent this trust. Ted and his wife created this trust for the benefit of their daughter. If you recall, I may have said it, Ted wouldn't tell you, but I will, that in 1973, he was in Santiago, Chile, doing God's work. I was in Santiago, Chile, doing some other work. It was during what was called the state of siege. He went to an orphanage. It was in a factory. And there was a little girl who ran up to him and hugged him. He took that little girl and brought her back here. That little girl is now a middle-aged woman. And I want to share with you what the fire did to her. Not burned her, but in terms of her disability. I think I previously filed, but I want you to see what her caseworker said the impact of the fire was with respect to the daughter who's lived in this home and why it's so important to keep her in this home. I'm Ted and his wife, like many individuals who have children who are disabled or handicapped, the gravest fear is what happens when they're not here to protect their children. And that's why they put the property in a trust. The trust would own the property, allow their daughter to continue to live there in an environment in which she feels safe, in an environment which she's known as her home since they brought her to the United States. This proposal has been vetted by many people, but the people who count, because it says it doesn't derogate from the character of the neighborhood, or is it substantially more detrimental to the neighborhood, is a petition signed by virtually most of the neighbors that they're aware of the proposal, they have no objection. That's because people will tell you they know Joy, and they know what it means to her to live in this neighborhood. In order to do it, we need to address two things. One was the issue with the insurance company, that we have a secondary emergency egress, and the other was that we satisfy the building department, that we meet the building code and its current requirements. And we think we did that, and we think you helped us improve the proposal, and that we listened to people, and ultimately we reduced the size of the proposed deck. We took into account what individuals said, and I think I told you when I started the last time I was here, saying that in 48.3 of the state zoning law, it says, notwithstanding any general or special law to the contrary, local land use, health, and safety laws, regulations, practices, ordinance, bylaws, and decisions of a city or town shall not discriminate against a disabled person. But beyond that, the new zone ordinance actually had some improvements in terms of properties that were the subject of a catastrophe. Under the old zone ordinance, you had to rebuild within a year. And you had to rebuild in the exact footprint. But under the new zone ordinance, you have 3 years. And you don't have to rebuild on the same footprint. And in fact, it says, and with us is Tony Whitman, who's the building consultant. After this fire occurred, Ted hired a professional engineer to do the drawings, a building consultant to deal with the code issues, and is expended in terms of making improvements. They began in the rebuilding the interior, and now they come to the last segment, which is this emergency egress. But the current zone ordinance says that buildings constructed as of right shall be located, this is after a catastrophe, reconstruction after a catastrophe. I think it's 5E of the new zone ordinance. But this is 5E2. Buildings reconstructed as of right shall be located on the same footprint as the original non-conforming structure, and shall be only as great in gross floor area as the original non-conforming structure. And I think we meet that. I think we satisfy that. And so we were somewhat surprised and disappointed when the building inspector said, no, I think you need to go get a variance to that 2 feet at the rear. In terms of the impact on the neighborhood, I brought photographs of the neighborhood and homes with decks. And they're not, I think 7 pictures, but they're not all the same homes. But here's a deck, here's a deck. My suggestion to you is that adding this emergency egress on this deck is certainly not in keeping with the character of the neighborhood, but in fact in keeping with the character of the neighborhood that has many properties with decks. And the accommodation that we're looking for is with respect to the emergency egress, which you allow us to put the spiral staircase in, which the building code says is allowed, which ultimately the fire department acknowledged was a proper means of egress, and that we did it essentially by listening to both you and the neighbors. Lastly, the reason we sought the variance, as I told you, is that the existing structure doesn't have the minimum. It exceeds 65% in lot coverage. But if you saw the plan that I handed you, where the surveyor did the analysis, by self-help, by taking up some of the pavers and by restoring some of the grass areas, we believe we can satisfy that. So it comes down to one thing. It comes down to 2 feet, 2.5 feet, to keep joy in this home. In terms of, as you know, I barely pass jobs, so when it comes to questions about the building, I would defer to Tony, who is a building code consultant. When it comes to questions about what happened after the fire, Mr. Coronis is here. But I would suggest that the relief that we seek in relation to what occurred is minimum. It's within your power to approve. It's certainly not detrimental in any way to the neighborhood. And as I say, we did this after being advised by the fire department, the building department, the building consultant, the professional engineer, because all along what Ted has wanted to do is achieve a place that would be a safe home for his daughter. I'd be glad to answer any questions.
Yeah, just one, the plan you have in front of you, you say you're deck to be removed.
Which?
On this large plan.
Yeah, to be removed, right.
Yeah, so on the proposed, will there be any deck in that footprint at all? It'll just be with, where it says it's the existing deck, you're going up?
The existing deck is actually going to stay there.
Yeah.
And my understanding is when Mr. Coronis had the fire, he was going to put a second means of egress on the inside of the spiral staircase. And I believe, talking to Ted, the lieutenant from the fire department told him that he could not put a spiral staircase inside the house.
Right.
Which the code does allow a spiral staircase. So what he did is he's actually putting the spiral staircase out in the back of the rear deck and everything too.
Right, so my question is, obviously you need to go up a second story to a third story to have that spiral, and I guess is that spiral coming down from the third to the second?
It's actually coming down from the third, but it's already in place in the middle of the deck.
Right, so the footprint of that going up to the third floor, is that within the same footprint as the existing deck?
In other words, if the deck is like, let's say, 10 feet off going up, it's still 10 feet, it's within the same footprint. It's not extending out over the deck, either the front or the rear.
Okay, because the way it was now, or when it was under construction, they were beams and things extending like diving boards out to the road.
It's staying within the same footprint.
So it's staying within the same footprint. Okay, that was my biggest concern.
Correct.
Is it going out? And then, has this been designed by an engineer and stamped?
George Martin, the plans that we submitted about George Martin, who's a professional engineer.
So it can maintain the loads and the snow loads? Because that's a big load, right?
It's all designed by that and everything too.
So that's been submitted to inspectional services, and who will actually be doing the construction? Because it looked like somebody was doing this at the seat of their pants. I want to make sure they're following the plan and doing it.
They're going to hire a contractor, licensed contractor, to pull a permit and to do the work.
Okay.
And with all the plans that were stamped by Charlie Martin, the engineer.
All right, so there'll be a person to pull a permit to do it?
Yes.
Okay. That's my only concern. Thank you.
Is that-
Anybody else?
Is the spiral stairs going to the third floor, is that back window just gonna get revised to have like a platform walkout?
The dormer on the third.
Yeah, there's a,
Yes.
so when you say, right,
It's actually going to be a door where you actually come out and get on the stairs and go all the way right straight down.
so you're gonna have almost like a plank way. Because there's a big overhang of the eaves there. So unless you're cutting that roof and doing everything else.
I'm sorry.
You see it?
Well, I need this camera. I'm sorry.
That's all right.
So the eave on between the second and third story, I think is what you're talking about, right?
Yeah, that's already removed. There's actually a door up there. Correct.
Okay, so kind of door in up there, modify the roof line, well, the roof at that location. And it's gonna be a walkway coming out to meet the.
It's going to be at the level under the 2 weeks. That's how we do it on the top of the deck.
Okay.
Being in, and I think I mentioned it last time, being in a fire myself on the third floor, when everything goes black and you can't see, to be able to get outside as fast as possible is so important. It isn't just the fire, the smoke can really do damage.
Just the smoke will kill anybody in fire 90% of the time.
So anything to get her out of there or anybody else in the building, I don't have an issue.
Both the building company and the IFC state.
Into the mic.
I'm sorry, that when you have a means of egress, that you have to have a clear path without any instruction or anything, so, and she will have that upstairs there.
Yeah.
Too.
So that's giving the second means of egress is the whole purpose of that.
That's correct, absolutely.
Any other questions from the board? Anybody in the audience would like to speak for this project? State your name and address for the record.
Ted Coronas, 206 Ocean Street, father of Joy and executor of her trust. As you can imagine, this has been quite stressful the last year and a half for my family. And you read about Joy's self-injurious behavior when she gets anxious and afraid. I don't know how to say this. We had her at the hospital this past week. She's went blind in one eye, and her second eye is fading from hitting herself. It takes a minute with the drama of her hitting herself. My neighbor behind me is 100% for it. He was going to be here tonight, but I told him it's going to be a late night. He signed the petition letter, he and his wife. Tony across the street is all for what we're doing. The other two people that I face don't want to get involved. They just want to stay out of it. And then, of course, I have my neighbor in the back who has created a lot of smoke. And we're trying to take the high road and meet the code. The one thing I think we overlooked here, I also went to the engineering company in Lynn who does all the fire work. Tony, right? What's the name of that company?
Fire Escape Engineers.
Fire Escape Engineers. I went to them, spent over $3,000, and they absolutely said, well, every time we speak to the fire department, they say, no, you can't do it. You can't build inside. You can't build outside. You can't build over here. You can't do a spot over there. So I believed them. If the fire marshal comes to you and says, you can't do this, what are you going to do? I believed him. I said, gee, let's find a way that we can resolve this issue. Well, submitted the application. I paid for the application. On the application, it says it's approved. So I started working on the back deck. Well, Keith Richards showed up and he said, gee, Ted, why are you doing spiral? Why don't you try to do zigzag and build a whole roller coaster? I said, well, I've been told by the fire department I cannot build. He said, yes, you can. I'll go down and straighten that out right now. Sure enough, the next day he said, Ted, if you can build a spiral staircase to code, I have no issue with that. So we built the first deck. And a second building inspector, Peter, is it? No, before, Joe was the third. There was a second building inspector, bad back, big guy. Tim. Tim came. Huh? Best. Well, Tim came, and we had it cost $85,000 to remove the plaster and lath from inside that house. $85,000 to go to the studs.
Now, can you keep it on what we're talking about here? Like, I know it's a big project. I grew up with my parents gutting a house. I know what it's what pulling glass.
So I want to finish up.
And everything else is.
I don't, I'm a Greek, and, Greeks have opinions like everyone has a nose. So I want to keep it to the facts. The only thing I want to say is that I was approached and told that I had to call someone at City Hall about an ordinance, 51P or something, where, Ted, you've got to prove to us that your sewer line doesn't need to be replaced, because if it does, because it's over 50% construction, you need to provide a sewer line. You need to provide a new water line. You need to provide a new gas line. The city said, Ted, you have to do that. So the expense there.
It's over 100 years old.
Yeah. So we stripped all the wires, all the plumbing, all the gas lines.
Is there anything you want to talk about regarding zoning? We understand the renovation.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Here for.
So what about zoning? As you can see, Every other house on our street has a deck.
Please talk to the board, please.
Okay, I'm sorry, I got a twitch in my back. So so that's what, all we're trying to do is incorporate what you see in front of you. And we need 36 inches on one end of the deck that was existing because of it being 14 feet, 9 inches instead of 15. So that's a code issue. The only other, Tony and I were discussing, I know that, what's the word you use? Impervious. I looked it up in this, I read an article from the State Department that said a roof, if it empties into a gutter system, down spouted, out too long, that is considered pervious runoff. So I've got my entire roof that runs to a lawn in front and a lawn in the side. Nothing gets to the street. Oh, no, the driveway. This driveway is hot dog. So this driveway empties into the street.
Yeah, so you made improvements to increase the pervious area on the property.
Yeah.
Okay, that's good. Okay, thank you.
Sorry.
Is there anybody else would like to speak for this project? Hearing none, anybody want to speak out against the project?
Against it.
Yeah. State your name and address for the record.
Stephen Spinelli, 211 Ocean. There's so many things going on here, I just don't know. I mentioned this to the board last time I came. I guess I'm just ignorant to the fact what his daughter has to do with renovations.
She lives there.
Right, but
Please don't.
I don't understand what that has to do. If a deck exceeds out a certain length, what does that have to do with her? And I'm not getting an answer from anyone, so I don't know what that means. He keeps bringing up his daughter. He keeps bringing up that his daughter, I don't know the word to use. I don't really know what's going on with his daughter. Some disability. So whether she has a disability or not, what does that have to do with what we're talking about here? If he didn't have a daughter, what would this have to do with footage on the deck?
Discussion on this, and it really doesn't have any bearing on what we're gonna.
Well,
we're looking at.
If I don't ask the board, I don't know who to ask.
Right.
I don't talk to him, so
What does is he's asking for a variance on the setback to be able to build a deck to create a second means of egress in case of a fire.
Okay, so what is that, those two beams that are sticking out?
Those are gonna be removed.
Okay, because that was the first thing I was gonna, what does that have to do with anything?
Right.
That was one
There was
thing.
a stop order. The plans they submitted, you can see here, you see the deck to be removed. Can you see that spot? So that footprint, can you follow that on the plan?
Yeah, the extension onto Grosvenor is a large part of why this has been continued. And we're acknowledged that's being.
Yeah, so that is going to be removed if any part of that still exists. So that things will line up with the sideline of the house and the deck will line up. Nothing will protrude beyond the side of the house. Is that how I'm interpreting that?
That's correct. It's the same footprint.
Same footprint as the existing deck, meaning not what was, there's these things sticking out like diving boards, that's gonna be cut out and removed and everything over. Yeah. So, does that answer your question?
It does. Well, that answers that.
And that was my biggest concern, like, what is this?
Right. Mine as well.
I'm an
too.
engineer, so when I looked at stuff like that,
Okay, because he failed to mention, the owner of this house failed to mention that, there's people around him that live, that, that are not opposed to it, ones that don't say anything.
but he left out me that's right across the street from him that is opposed
Right.
to, not just, there's many things.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna leave.
But does that answer your concern or question?
Yeah, it
regarding
does,
that
right.
would be removed?
There's other things I'd like to touch upon, but I know that someone else that's coming up after me is gonna mention those, so,
Okay, thank you.
yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Denise.
Good evening. This is my letter of representation for myself, my wife, and my family. We are the direct abutters at 10 Grosvenor Park.
Say your name out loud.
It's Attorney Vincent Phelan. I apologize.
Yeah.
I live there with my wife, Dorothy, and my two children, who are Luke and Matthew, who are 18 and 16. We're the direct abutters in back. We're the ones directly affected by this particular deck. It is in regard to... In regard to the history, my family's owned this particular property for over 80-something years. I am 62 years old. My grandparents lived there. My dad grew up there. I'm 62 years old. When I was 6 days old, I was brought to the home there after my christening. So I've been involved here. I've shoveled the driveway for my grandmother. I've been involved in the neighborhood. I knew the people at Catholic Charities. They were our friends. And we played with the kids that were actually there. So I'm very familiar with this particular home and my home. I'm very familiar with the neighborhood. When this fire occurred, going back, there's a history here of this particular property kind of doing anything they want. They put a fire pit out front, and the fire department told them they had to stop using it. They didn't get the right permission for it. That is now a flower pot. They put the decks in going right to the street, which was a very dangerous situation, which I think was addressed at prior meetings here. There's a fence that they put up right now at the edge, which does not go up to, it's too high. It doesn't go, it's over 4 feet. It's about 6 feet because it doesn't go right to the grade of the ground. That's stopping them from going right to the deck, right to the street. So I just would ask for some respect. I didn't comment or say anything during their presentation. I don't request the same. So this situation has gone on, and I know that the new ordinance says you have 3 years to do this, but it doesn't say you have 3 years to do whatever you feel like. It doesn't say that they've left so much trash in the driveway during this reconstruction or this renovation that I had to call inspectional services to have it moved. And what they did is when they had it moved, they didn't take it away. They went and they tucked it around the corner on the other side, which created a rodent problem. It created all kinds of problems for us. We brought it to their attention on many occasions that this was the case. My kids saw them in there because the construction workers would throw their lunch right up on top, or their trash right up on top of it. On some occasions during the day, there'd be 3 rats there that we could see in the middle of the day, and we're by the ocean, so that's there quite a bit. I actually, on the fence that's between us, I actually set up snap traps with no bait, just where the holes were, where they were coming through from the other side and would catch them. And I had to bring it to their particular attention, and eventually they did clean it up. There's no question that they did, but that was based upon inspectional services requesting them to do that. They got a cease and desist order from inspectional services. When the cease and desist order was placed on their windows, they peeled it off that very same day. They covered up another one that very same day. The debris is so bad there that we have a porch that was right there. If you need one moment. That requires that we put up a curtain on the porch. The interior of our house on that side, we can't open up a window. We can't open up the shades. We can't look out there. It is so close, and these things are monstrous decks. They're very, very big. I know that they indicated to you that when this fire started, that it was very, very troubling for them. What they didn't indicate to you, and I think is more troubling, is that there was a family living in an apartment in that particular house during that time. I'm sure that they didn't tell the insurance company for it because there was no occupancy permit for them to live there. There was a family of a mom and 3 little kids. They were refugees from Ukraine. And when I spoke with Mr. Coronas about this, and they lived there for 3 years, I spoke with Mr. Coronas. I said to him, Mr. Coronas, how are they there? He said they received a special permit from the city of Lynn because of the emergency circumstances of this family fleeing from war-torn Ukraine. We know that family. They had 2 little kids that they were under the age of 6. There was no fire escape, and they have a daughter who was, I think, at that time, 10. They go to the same school as my kids. My wife and I became very good friends with the mom. We met with her about a week ago. My wife became very good friends with her. My wife has a sworn affidavit here. My name is Dorothy Kurtz-Phelan. This is the affidavit of Dr. Dorothy Kurtz-Phelan. I, Dorothy Kurtz-Phelan, do swear and affirm under oath under the pains and penalties of perjury the following. My name is Dorothy Kurtz-Phelan. I live at 10 Grosvenor Park with my husband, Vincent Phelan, and my 2 children, Luke, 18, and Matthew, 16. We are direct abutters to the petitioner, and I oppose their request for continuance. We own this property for approximately 12 years. Prior to purchasing this home, the property was owned by my husband's family. It's been owned by the Phelan family for over 82 years. Approximately 5 years ago, a Ukrainian family, 1 adult and 3 minor children, moved into the petitioner's home and rented the third floor apartment in this home. I have personally viewed the living quarters where the Ukrainian family resided. It was a separate apartment on a separate floor with a full kitchen, its own bathroom, separate entrance, individual bedrooms for the mother and the children. When this family initially moved into 206 Ocean Street, my husband and I inquired how this could be utilized as a multifamily home. It was only because it's only zoned for single family. Mr. Theodore Coronas, the petitioner, informed us that he received special occupancy permission from the city due to the unique circumstances by this family that this family endured fleeing Ukraine during the war. Mr. Coronas informed us that a charity was paying the rent for this family. Our research has revealed that there were no health inspections conducted by the Lynn Inspectional Services, which is required by the Lynn Vacancy Ordinance. There were no fire inspections that were done for this also. And now these kids were under the age of 6, and there was lead paint in that particular house. There was no way that that family would be allowed to live there during that period of time because of the unique circumstances of lead paint for children under the age of 6. The Ukrainian family was residing in the petitioner's home when the fire occurred at 206 Ocean Street, which resulted in this renovation, not a complete demolition of the property. This is, as you said, this was just a stripping down to the studs. My husband and I met with the mother, who now lives in Salem. This mother does not want her name used as she is insecure about her immigration status. We agreed not to use her name and only refer to her as Miss V. Miss V informed us that she resided there for 3 years. The first year, charity paid monthly rent. After the first year, she was required to pay rent by the Coronas family. Miss V secured employment and paid monthly rent directly to the Coronases. Ms. V indicated that she and her family resided in the residence at the time of the fire, but were not physically present when the fire occurred. Her children were in school and she was at work. Several days after the fire, I was personally invited into the non-affected third floor apartment by Mrs. V, as well as the rest of the home, to see the damages, which were contained to the second floor bedrooms. When Mrs. V returned home on the day of the fire, Mr. Coronas informed her that her unit was not harmed in the fire, but the Coronas family would be staying in a hotel. Ms. V inquired whether the Corona's family or their insurance would assist them in relocating. She was informed they would not be assisting with any finances and their homeowner's insurance does not cover the renter relocation costs. Ms. V needed to vacate and relocate at her own expense. Friends created a GoFundMe page to help her with the expenses. Approximately 3 weeks later, she stayed at 3 weeks, straight 3 weeks, her family was able to move out with the assistance of charitable contributions. No financial assistance was provided by the Coronas family. Ms. V informed us that her husband, that the Coronas family reached out a few weeks prior to the last meeting that we were here. And Mrs. V informed that she said that as they reached out to her, that I was an agitator in this particular project and I was the only one that was opposing this. Ms. V was kept, what she said, Ms. V asked if we kept in contact, which we responded yes, and that we were friends. The conversation ended abruptly. Although Ms. V and her family moved out of Ocean Street, another family moved into this residence to work on renovations. We view a man presumably with his wife on a daily basis, entering and exiting the property in the morning, returning after dark. They park their car in another street or around the corner, except on Sundays. They park on Grosvenor Park on Sundays. The workers at this house routinely throw their trash and cigarette butts over the fence at our property. We observe them sitting on our porch during the summer times. After reviewing, because I have an engineering report, the Borough Engineering, I see nothing to suggest that there is anything unique to the soil, topography, or the shape of this property to warrant any hardship to the petitioners. The petitioners have consistently rented their third-floor apartment without legal authority. After the deck was in the process of being built, I personally witnessed an inspector visit the property on several occasions and heard him telling Mr. Coronas that the work must be stopped because it was not permitted and not up to code. On more than one occasion, the Coronas family has asked my husband to speak to our neighbors on 12 Grosvenor Park to remove a tree, which is further down the street for their views. I have attached a picture of this.
Yeah, I'm not concerned with the trees. Can you talk regarding the zoning and what's before us? Trees are not, down the street are not part of this purview.
They were allowed to give their side of the story.
Do you have anything to comment regarding the zoning?
I have the Borough Engineering report. Well, first I would also say this, and I'd like to put this into the record because I think this is important. On April 12th of this year, I was on my deck and I saw a car pull up and park right out in front of in front of the Coronas house. An individual came out of that car, went into the Coronas home, and then they came out and they started doing work on the vehicle. They jacked up the vehicle. They started doing work under the hood, underneath the car, and then they pulled out acetylene torches, and they were doing body work out there. So much so that I had to call the police in regard to it because I was worried that there was going to be a fire. You need a permit to be able to do that. They were doing this on the street. The police came because it was on a Sunday. They said this was an inspectional services project, and with the inspectional services situation, and when the police, I said, they don't work on Sundays. So they walked over and they spoke with him. The police then came back over and said to me that the individual said that he and his wife, they live there, and that's why they're working on it, but they will pull that car into the Coronas' driveway and finish it there. I have pictures of the date and the police report in regard to that. I'll be introducing this also.
Mr. Chair, just if we can just talk about the zoning, it's very fuzzy to me to see how these so far are relating directly to the design, to the site plan, and all the other topics that we've been discussing. Please.
Yeah. I would agree with that, with the exception of, I think that this is a pretext. I think that everything is a pretext for a three-family home. And what I would say to that is that the electrical permits that were pulled for this home by them, that turned around and it shows, I have the Google map of in 2024 that shows one electrical meter, and now we have pictures of them with three. I see the electrical permit that was pulled, and what it states is that they were replacing 3 meters when there was only 1 meter there. So once again, they're looking towards to make this a 3-family home.
Mr. Poole, you're familiar with the property, have you been out to the property?
Yeah.
And number of units, it's a single-family house, correct?
Yeah, single family home, another 30 family talking about. I think for myself, somebody applied for a building permit, represented a certain number of meters they were replacing them, which was not accurate. And at some point in time, hopefully this is also an inspection service to deal with that.
Okay, so inspection services will correct any indiscretions as opposed to, this is to be a single family and it should be.
We're reaching out to Mr. Cross to make sure it's.
Okay.
Through occupancy, that'll happen tomorrow.
Okay.
And it's like they give you these. This is the common assessors report. This is a history of the property. You see it was inspected over 30 years.
I did interrupt.
It says it's a single family. It's got a single.
Okay, so it's a single
You
family.
can have 14 units if you want. You can have 3 kitchens if you want.
Yeah.
Under the building code. We're talking about zoning.
Yeah.
Let's look at the facts. That's what the.
I did not interrupt at any time.
Speaking out of order. So,
I'll be introducing the Borough Engineering Report, which indicates that they did a report on this and the variance requested in the soils, the site topography, the site shape, and the proposed deck, and the summary on this.
okay, that's an inspectional services issue. You can submit that, but we'll forward that to inspectional services.
This is directly relates to what the variance is about, which the notice was, which says is this should be, whether there's a unique hardness, a unique hardship regarding the soil topography, the soil condition, the site topography, the site shape. That's what we're.
Yeah, they have by right, when a property is under fire, to reconstruct the property and bring it up to code.
I understand that, but
And what's before us, the only thing that was an issue was impervious area and offsets for the deck. So that's what we're looking at as
the standard. The standard of the notice
anything, and so
directly goes to the standard in the notice.
yeah, you can submit it and the board will consider it. Anybody else like to speak out against this project?
I'm sorry, Attorney Phelan, am I misremembering, or was there a point at which you and the petitioner had come to an agreement that you were ready to present to us?
What we had done is we had some discussions where we talked about taking down the deck. But what's happened here is that it's not what we agreed to. What we had agreed to is that the extensions going out from the 3rd floor, the 2nd floor, and the 1st floor, that is not the site plan, and you can ask Mr. Poole where the original deck is. They've extended that to beyond the edge of the house. The original plan does not go out at all past the edge of the house. It stopped right at the above of it. Now it goes up a little bit and then the stairs go down. There were never stairs in that side. But I would also say
Talking about going out toward Grosvenor, right? Or are you talking about the other side?
no, it would be as you come out you're going down the deck. It extends out, and then there are steps going down towards Ocean Street.
Yeah, that's not a zoning violation. That's different, but it's still within the setbacks. We're concerned what's beyond the setbacks.
These are the photos, by the way, of what it looks like. At least directly look into my children's bedroom windows.
Yeah. So there'll be, Mr. Poole, have you seen formal plans for this design yet?
I saw it submitted to you guys.
So engineer stamp,
I would be someone who would review that, one of the inspectors would review that, I don't know what they reviewed. I don't know what the history is, but I was submitted previous, this was good, beyond what was already permitted.
yeah, so do we have a plan of the deck with Yeah, I'd like to see a copy of that. Where is that? Do we have it in file?
He's not going to that one. That does extend.
I don't remember seeing anything that's final.
No, you're not done yet, yeah. Two files.
It's my understanding also that this is a de novo hearing from the beginning.
And this is just to refresh my memory.
No, I understand that, but I introduced most of this beforehand, and when we left, I was allowed to introduce this at the prior hearings, and now I'm not being allowed to introduce these same photos again. I'm not sure.
That's why we're not basically a new hearing. This is not continuous.
Yeah. So,
What happened to you and why all over again?
We had a problem with the number of members on the board, continuing members on the board, so that we could get.
We carry the files to We carry the files to the last. So that.
Under the, my reading of the Mullen rule indicate, because I asked whether those pictures could come back in, and my reading of them, and this board said yes. But under the Mullen rule said.
we have pictures in the file.
And I understand that. However, under reading the Mullen rule, I have to resubmit everything. And I researched that, and that's what legally is required to do.
Yeah.
And
you may submit it through the secretary.
I have a neighbor's petition, and I know that they said that most of the abutters are not doing that. I have several abutters that are opposing it. I also have a statement from one of the abutters from before. This is from a David Dole. David Dole, after the first hearing that we were here, David Dole came up to me and apologized. He said, I had no idea that he was informed that I was in favor of this. So I have a statement from him that said, I, David Dole, initially voiced my support for the work being performed at 206 Ocean Street. After discussing with tenants and the surrounding neighbors, I'm formally removing my support and will remain neutral on this matter. These are the abutters. And the borough report.
Thank you.
The borough's an engineering firm out of Red. This is the curtain that we have to put up on our decks so that we can't look at that property. We haven't been able to do it for almost a decade. And I'm going to be introducing these photos also of the individual that's living there now. Just for the record, I want to put the record in case we're going somewhere else with this afterwards, but there's a series of, and they have the dates upon the photos, and one of them is this morning at 6 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, under our current zoning, up to 4 family members can live.
I totally understand that, except for at prior hearings and in the minutes and looking at them, Attorney Vitale stood up here on 2 occasions and said, there's no one not related by blood living at this residence. And that was a quote from Attorney Vitale, which is absolutely not true.
I take issue with that. You're casting some aspersion about whether I tell the truth. The fact of the matter is, there's no complaint from the health department. There's no complaint from...
I didn't say that. I didn't say...
Being charitable and letting refugees live in your house apparently is something in
All right.
zoning bylaws.
That's going on there. You don't know that.
Let's look at the list of...
I did not say that Attorney Vitale...
Are you done?
I am not. I did...
What are you going to say about the zoning regulations?
I've submitted the Burl report. I do not believe that they have, nothing has been presented to this board that shows something unique about the soil, topography, or the shape of this, which would allow the variance for that What they're saying is the 2.5 feet. Nothing, they have not presented one bit of evidence to state that.
Okay, thank you.
So I'm not allowed to present any more.
You got anything more to say about the zoning?
I have another submission. At this point in time, this is from a neighbor. This does go to, this is from Roland Hayes, the owner of Rollies, who is opposing this and has stated that, once again, there is nothing in there.
Any more to say?
I'm just not sure why that I am being curtailed in my statements when the petitioner was not. I'm not really sure about that. So I put that on the record also, and I thank you for your time this evening.
The structural drawings down the end of the table, those were out of the file. What is the date on those?
Final drawings. August 5th, 2024.
And do they have an engineer's stamp?
They do.
Okay. I have a set here without a stamp, that's why I would like those back. And Mr. Poole, do you have, you said you didn't have a copy of those? Is there a different department within inspectional services when they build a deck to make sure it's being built?
I don't know the exact history of the building department that makes the plan, but, when it was submitted then, it was built on the footprint.
Right.
I've been to the property, it looks to me like that deck is being extended in both directions.
Right.
And the set of plans that I saw today, one of the important details that appears to be missing, and maybe I missed it, is the actual distance between the back of that deck and the rear of the property. Which is probably the most important dimension on the entire plan.
Correct.
Interesting that it's not there. So
Yep.
that's being extended in both directions from what I can tell. I can answer that makes sense. But whatever the set of plans were, if there are building plans, those will be reviewed by a building inspector to make sure they are.
Okay. So, does anybody else want to speak out against this project? So I do have a question in that we do want to add the dimensions for the deck from the back line, the sideline, and the street line. So those three dimensions, the closest dimensions, all the setbacks. The other thing is I see a plan that's stamped, final drawing. It's dated August 5th. It's stamped by Naze Hamori.
He got a set of the final drawing with the surveyors, with all the residents on it.
Yeah, and so that should be submitted. And then this is a structural design. Yeah. That should be, was there a permit pulled out for that, and is that filed? And I want to make sure that inspectional services, when they go and check that deck, it was built exactly per those plans. And if it's not built exactly to those plans, it's going to be taken down in its entirely and restarted and rebuilt again.
Okay.
So I know you were talking about costs earlier. So if it's not built according to those plans, it's going to cost you a hell of a lot more. Okay. So, I would ask you to formally submit a set of plans, but that's the structural. Make sure that those are the ones. If you need time to do that, we'll continue the meeting for you to be able to do that. But along with that, I want to revise site plan with the setbacks. Mr. Vitale, you understand what we're looking for the three setbacks?
Yeah, dimension.
Yeah. It's not. We want to know how far the deck is off the back property, off the sideline, off of that setback. And the dimensions of the deck, the size of the deck. Yep. Well, that's what I would like to see. I don't know if the board has any other things they want to comment on.
Mr. Poole, do you mind, can you confirm for us whether or not there was a stop work order previously, and if it was complied with?
Probably 8 or 9 months ago now.
Okay.
Because the building that was happening there was outside the scope of the permit issue. So the deck was being built not according to the plans. Okay. That's my understanding. So that's my point, that the deck needs to, a set of plans that a professional engineer stamped, that's to code, the right size joists, the dimensions, the offsets, all need to match.
He's got to set those plans from Charlie Barton.
Yeah, but inspectional services needs to have them, everybody needs to have the same set of things, along with this site plan with the dimensions.
You have it?
So if you can get that before the next meeting, we can continue to the next meeting for you to supply that information.
Are the drawings that you're asking for, is it just the plans, or are we gonna see elevations? Because
Yeah.
the elevations I saw, looks like photo cut and paste.
Yeah, I want a full.
That looked like a very long and wrapped around deck.
Right, and that's what they were starting to build, that we said that's not it. So we want a full set that matches the footprint here. And we got the structural drawings that show the elevations, shows the spiral staircase, shows the dimensions that'll match the site plan.
June 16th.
June 16th, so do you think you'll be able to pull that stuff together by the 16th?
Yes.
June 16th.
And then, in the meantime, is it, yes.
Yes.
What's this single family?
Along with the rest of
Yeah, we need a motion to continue. If somebody would like to make that motion?
I'll second Ms. Mulligan.
To continue to June 16th.
To continue June 16th.
Drawings submitted before the meeting.
Yeah, submitted to us and inspection services.
Member Gilway.
Yes, to continue. Yes, to continue.
Member Maggio, to continue.
Yes, to continue.
Member Lopez Hernandez, to continue.
Excuse me, this drawing here does have the
elevations. I don't know if you can continue.
It's not stamped.
Okay.
Yes, to continue?
I missed somebody. Oh, Member Ego, to continue. Member Ego, to continue. Yeah. Good inside.
Is that everything on the agenda?
No, we're on the case.
I'll hand the gavel back to you.
Yeah.
With pleasure.
You like that? You like that? The next case. Sorry. Come on up. Chatham, 330 to 334 Chatham. Shane, you want to take 2 minutes?
I need to read it. Give me 1 second.
Focus.
Yeah, 1 second. Yeah, can you find it?
Yes.
Please. Thank you. Yes, please. Everyone that's talking.
This is Summer Street.
3 Chatham.
Got it. Okay.
330, 334.
Things are getting blurry. Is this already?
Thank you.
330 to 330.
Yes. Okay. Number 10145, 330 to 334 Chatham Street, Lynn, Massachusetts, parcel number 09649604215. Petitioner Johannes Tafiri, 108 Enel Street, Lowell, by his agent representative Oswaldo Lemus III, ZBA 10145. To petition pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 40A, Section 6 and Section 5 of the Lynn Zone Ordinance, finding to permit the reconstruction of a structure damaged by fire that had commercial use on the first floor with 3 residential units to a 6-unit residential dwelling in the urban business B2 zoning district. Mass General Law, Chapter 40, Section 6 states pre-existing non-conforming structure or uses may be extended or altered, provided that no such extension or alteration shall be permitted unless there is a finding by the permit granting authority that such change, extension, or alteration shall not be substantially more detrimental than the existing non-conforming use to the neighborhood. To vary pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 40A, Section 3 and Section 10, the provisions of the Lynn Zone Ordinance to permit the reconstruction of a structure damaged by fire that had commercial use to the first floor, 3 residential units to a 6-unit residential dwelling within the same footprint in the urban business B2 zoning district. The plans reduce the current 10 parking spaces to 9 parking spaces. The variance request requires the Zoning Board of Appeals to specifically find that the circumstances related to the soil condition, shape, or topography of such land and structures, and especially affecting such land or structures, but not affecting generally the zone district in which it's located. A literal enforcement of the provisions of the ordinance would involve substantial hardship, financial or otherwise, to the petitioner, and that desirable relief may be granted without substantial detriment to the public good and without nullifying or substantially derogating from the intent or purpose of such ordinance, and find that such change is not substantially more detrimental.
Exactly what I was going to say. Good evening, board members. It's almost going to be midnight. Oswaldo Lemus, aka Aussie Designs by Oz, Architectural Engineering Design Solutions for the past 20 years. I'm here with the owner of 33034 Chatham Street, Johannes Terry, who's proposing to rebuild the existing building due to a recent fire within the same footprint up from the existing foundation wall, keeping the original 3 stories and change the occupancy from 1 commercial to 3 residential units to 6 residential units, including 9 parking spaces, which we actually have 10. Recognizing we require a special permit to rebuild with 2 potential variances for ground residential use and keeping existing parking as attached on our survey plan that you have dated 9/16/1991, depicting 10 parking spaces where we would like to keep the required 9. We'd also like to grant at least half of the proposed units to be affordable housing through Section 8 vouchers and guidelines. Our design objects remain and comply with dimensional controls set by the city ordinances in B2 district. The proposed building will fall in line with the current upgrades throughout the city that is presently undertaking. In no way or fashion will it harm, degrade, or cause any disruption to the neighborhood. We're also facing a 1-year constraint from the insurance company that they stated if we don't comply the construction within a year, they will hold back a substantial fund of $80,000. So we are a little bit under the gun here, causing a severe hardship to rebuild the damaged building. Also note that this is a second round of us trying to renovate this building, seeking a permit back in July 2019. Then COVID came and shut us down. Okay? Let me explain the drawings to you. We're basically staying in the same, you have the drawings anyways, right? In your laptops. So we're basically staying within the same footprint and the same height. We're staying within the same zoning variances, ordinances. The rendering shows it exactly what it's going to be. We just have to upgrade it, make it look nice, make it the same exact footprint, same height. Should be no problem. So we're proposing to change the first floor to all residential. This is, we really saw it today, so we're making this all 6 units. Okay? The designs are pretty simple, they're exactly as the rendering. Okay? So this shows the current survey plan. It shows 10 parking spots. And this has been existing since 1991. Okay, we're going to eliminate this one. We'll comply with 9. That's all we need. This is 1.5 parking that we need. So we're all set with that. Moving forward, we're going to combine the ground floor unit with the first floor unit, making three parking. We're going to create a window well here for the master unit with this walk-in closet, path, we can take it, spiral stairs going up. We're going to have a common utility area, so we'll want all the units to come down and have access to the common utility. This would be a combination of this unit, bedroom 1, 2, kitchen, another bath, spiral stairs going down to the ground floor, stairs going up to the 3rd floor, which are basically mirrored all the same. 1 bedroom, 2 bedrooms, bathroom, hallway, kitchen. This is obviously a little bit bigger because of the current shape of the building. Little detail, these are concept plans. We will provide engineering plans once everything is moving forward. That's the plans in a nutshell.
Can you talk to the site plan and the zoning issues?
I'm sorry?
Can you just talk to the site plan? Like what you're doing, like is there any zoning issues with?
Basically doing anything, just keeping it as is. The only thing we're actually doing is cleaning this back area up.
So what are you asking for a variance? What's the variance for?
The variance would be for keeping the parking as is.
Yep.
And because we're zoned as a mixed use,
yep,
we want to change the occupancy to all residential.
Okay, so just a change in use and the parking.
Exactly.
Okay.
In fact, granting this a special permit with these 2 variances will create 6 adequate living spaces for the community, as well as alleviate statewide affordable housing, including the 9 parking spots, as well as additional revenues, leaving a very attractive, unsafe, abandoned structure in the city. On the contrary, grant the relief, the special permit to rebuild will enhance the vacant building and will continue to upgrade the developed curb appeal for the community.
So there's no more retail on the first floor? No more retail on the first floor?
No.
Correct.
All residential, 6 units.
Is there?
Unit 1 and 2 are
Combined?
floor and basement.
Yes.
The first floor would be like, and 2 and 3 have 2 units each.
Exactly.
How many stories is it?
3.
Is there any elevators?
No.
This is section 8.
You could do section 8.
Is it gonna be section 8? You mentioned section 8. Just if it's gonna be section 8, I don't know about section 8, but I don't know if there's an ADA angle to this or not. And if it is section 8, I would just caution to
They will
take
comply
that into
with the
consideration.
ADA requirements for section 8.
Yeah, because if it's spiral staircase, then it's a lot less
May not be
accessible.
ADA compliant, right?
Right.
We can change it on the plan, so we can convert it to this.
We can adjust it, and then probably the unit at the bottom will probably be the primary unit. If anything, maybe the upper floors will be section 8.
Well, you just have to get up there.
Well, we got a set of stairs, common set of stairs in the front.
For section 8?
Section 8?
Accessibility? How's the wheelchair get up there?
Are you asking for an elevator then? Then we probably won't go for a.
If it is being considered, I'm guessing that there might be some ADA considerations. And
Go with section 8 then, because if we're gonna.
Ground floor, section 8.
Understood?
What you're asking.
Understood. No, we want to leave it alone as simple as possible.
So basically, you're just asking us for a variance to put in all residential, 6 residential units instead of 4 residential and retail,
Yes.
or 3 residential.
Yeah, just changing the commercial unit to a residential unit, creating 6 units.
Okay.
And all with the adequate parking, existing parking as is.
Any other questions from the board? Hearing that anybody else want to speak for the project?
Everybody's gone, thank God.
Anybody you want to speak against?
I'll speak for it.
Can we have a motion from the board?
I'd like a motion to grant.
Second.
Who said second, Gilbert?
Yes.
Any, things you want added?
Any stipulation?
Any
Yeah.
concerns, Mr. Poole?
Okay. Member Gilwain,
Yes to grant.
member Maggio,
Yes, to grant.
member, Lopez Hernandez.
Yes to grant.
Member Olson,
Yes, the grant.
member Coward.
Yes, to grant. It was nice to say that on one of the cases.
Yeah. Thank you.
Motion to adjourn?
Second.
Thank you very much.
Whoever has